I think it's a big honor that Mark would really appreciate the fact that the Columbia Board of Realtors has decided to name their forum after him, because he enjoyed debating, whether it was friends or in a more formal setting, and he enjoyed discussing issues.
I think the first interviews probably that I did with him had to do with his political buttons, and he would come in and many of us knew that we had probably thrown away some in the past, thinking that these were no longer valuable, but to Mark they were like, this is a find, and he would tell you whether it was valuable or not.
One thing I'll really miss about Mark is he and I used to talk on the phone all the time, and especially during election night, we would call each other back and forth and text each other back and forth. So it was really hard to not have him this year to be able to talk about what was going on with the elections.
Mark was a citizen, and I truly admired him because he firmly believed in the goodness of government. He believed in the goodness of citizens. He encouraged people to run for office. He encouraged people to read their local newspaper, to go to meetings, to debate each other, and in a civil way. And I think that if there's one legacy, and it's that he would hope that everyone would just be involved in the community, be involved in Columbia, know your neighbors, take care of your neighborhood, take care of each other.
Mark was a tireless worker and supporter of our industry. He helped new practitioners and seasoned practitioners understand the nuances and the importance of local elections and the nuances of ordinances.
Nobody in this town knew more about zoning, about regulations, about the minutiae of city government, especially as it related to if you've got a new development, if you're doing some real estate work, if there's a plot of land here, a plot of land there. Nobody knew more about that stuff than Mark.
Mark was a great communicator, and I saw him as a planning and zoning commissioner. I saw him at neighborhood meetings. We didn't always agree on issues. We didn't always see things the same way, but Mark always treated people with respect. He was always prepared when he was making an argument for a particular development or case or issue that he was involved with.
I really enjoyed working with Mark Farnen on development proposals and our debates about zoning policy. We didn't always agree, but I respected his positions, and I think that he respected mine. And he really knew the nuts and bolts. I don't think anybody, with the possible exception of the city's planning staff, understood the details of the Unified Development Code as well as Mark did.
I think that the one thing we all learned from Mark Farnen is that it's possible to find common ground. No matter how emotional the subject may be, there's a place in the middle where we can meet. Time and time again, we saw Mark turn enemies into allies and opponents into evangelists. That was his gift. I think we're all living in a time of great hostility right now. Too many people draw a line in the sand and take their stand without ever trying to experience what it's like to walk in the other person's shoes. Mark showed us how important it was for us to have empathy, humility, and to find common ground. I think that will be Mark Farnen's legacy in our community.
So I think that there's a big gap, there's a big hole in our community that I don't know who will fill that. I think there are other people who understand it like Mark did, but I don't think that there are other people who are able to communicate it like Mark did, or have the willingness or the desire to communicate it. Somebody needs to model themselves after Mark so that they can do what we don't have being done right now.
His legacy is the fact that he's no longer here, and he's going to be so much missed, not only by people who are his friends and of course his family, Eleanor and Lily, and his brothers and his sisters and his whole family, but by people who would always be like, oh, that's a job for Mark Farnen. That's Cole Farnen. He's the guy we need on this. That's his legacy.
He had that amazing sense of humor and the amazing ability to put people at ease and be able to say just about anything in the nicest way possible. And so I would like, particularly in these times, to see that Farnen factor grow, to treat people with respect, to treat people with excellent communication skills, and treat people the way we want to be treated. That's what I'd like to see, is just Mark's legacy as a great communicator and a positive person carried on.
Well, I'd say the number one legacy is his daughter Lily. She's smart and great and very personable, just like him. And so obviously I think that'll be his top legacy. But also the friends that he left behind and the great memories that people have of him.
But it was always about the community with him. And that is a trait of a gentleman. And Mark fit the description of a gentleman.
He was just an exceptional person. I was very, very lucky to have him in my life. Very lucky. And I do want to say one more thing. I want to thank everyone who has written these incredible letters to me. Incredible kindness. And I won't forget it.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate in mid-Missouri? MidMoHomefinder.com is your local source for buying or selling a home. Brought to you by the Columbia Board of Realtors. Search, save, and share listings. Even designate a specific area. Get property data and view local market statistics the way the pros do. Plus tips to make the most of life in mid-Missouri from local expert realtors. All with one easy-to-use website. Shop local with a local realtor on MidMoHomefinder.com. Discover home.
overlap some of the things you said, but it'll give you an opportunity to expand on them a bit. I want to start though, and I'll start with Andrea Lisenby, and we'll kind of take turns as to who goes first. What have you been told? You talked about the fact that you'd had many conversations, I think 100 conversations. What have you been told that persons want in a school board member?
People are looking for someone who's going to keep politics out of our schools. We've seen too much of an influence of political agendas coming in front of our school board, and I do believe our school boards tried their best to avoid it, but it's creeping into classrooms and whatnot. And we've also heard from teachers that they want to be supported. There's a lack of communication between administration and the actual schools themselves. So administration and teachers, administration and parents, and they would like to see increase in communication, increase in transparency.
Suzette Waters, same question to you. What have you been told that persons want in a school board member?
I've also had a lot of wonderful conversations with teachers and administrators and community leaders and the CPS Foundation. And what I'm hearing is that people want a board member who will listen. I've been very resistant to make any promises because I realize that as one of 7 board members, I alone can't do anything. And there's a lot of things that people would like to see changed that the board really doesn't even have control over, but a board member can always listen to someone's concern. And I think that's really important to listen. And then they want someone, they just say, we need somebody who's a leader. And to me, that means being honest, being willing to ask tough questions, and being willing to make decisions that are in the best interests of the students, even if they're not popular decisions.
Adam Burks, your answer to the question, what have you been told that persons wanted a school board member?
A lot of the feedback that I've received is people are wanting a strong leader that could come into the Columbia Public School Board and lead our education system to be the best that we could be. We are really struggling today for our board members to be those leaders, to give the vision and the direction to the superintendent so he knows the direction to take the school. There are lots and lots of communication issues, and our community has lost faith that they can communicate with the school board and get a response back. And I want a gap. I want to fill in that gap. I want to be able to repair those connections, because if we don't have the support of our community and we don't have the support of our taxpayers, the school board will not be effective and our students will not achieve. They will not be the great people that they're going to be.
I want to move then to pick up on especially one of the comments that was made about keeping politics out of the school board and trying to not be so divisive there. Let's go ahead and address one of the issues that I think is on the mind of a lot of people, and that's COVID and the response to that. And Suzette, we'll start with you on this particular one. One of the questions that came from the board, how are COVID decisions being made on the need for masking, and what is the current threshold that puts masking back into place, and how would you change the current decisions if you would at all? It's a general question. It's one of the questions I think that has been politicized. How do you think that you would deal with that as a member of the school board?
Sure. Well, I think there used to be some pretty set numbers that were used as metrics for determining whether or not we would be in seat, whether or not we would be wearing masks. And I don't know that there are specific metrics in place anymore. I was actually just speaking with Dr. Helen Porter yesterday about that, and to my understanding, there's not a specific threshold to like when are we going to close a building. I think it has been a very challenging task for the board to have to make decisions regarding COVID mitigation. I don't know that anyone on the board is a doctor or a scientist, and so as board members, we have to rely on the advice of medical professionals to make medical decisions. I think we tried out not masking at school, and that didn't go very well. So I think if we need to wear masks for a while longer to be able to stay in seat, that doesn't bother me. I think that's fine. Hopefully we will not be talking about masks anymore this time next year.
I think you get a big amen from everybody on that. Adam, let's come to you. How are COVID decisions being made for masking, and what is the current threshold that puts masking back into place, and how would you change the current decision? That's the question that we have.
I have been very lucky to lead our COVID-19 response and mitigation plan for our large employer. We have a little over 750 employees in our facilities. We have 4 facilities, we have 3 campuses with multiple facilities and multiple shifts. And we've been able to mitigate and control the COVID illness within our organization without masking. And it's looking at additional mitigation strategies. So it all starts with not just masking. It starts with looking at all the different mitigation strategies that are out there. It's listening to the healthcare professionals. It's working with our healthcare professionals. And we have had a very successful rate with a lot of our programs that we've had at Midway USA. And I will tell you, our biggest piece that we've been able to see in all of our data collection points that we've had is it starts with the employee screening process. It starts with not letting people sick who are at work. It's just like with any communicable disease. Most of the people don't know that they have COVID, or they may be asymptomatic. And we have to focus on the science. We have to focus on those programs and protocols that our medical professionals have given us. And by looking at that, we were able to do much more stringent employee screening. But basically, if you are not feeling well, you don't come in, and then you get a follow-up phone call from our human resources screening team. And we'll be able to put those screening processes in place, which has helped mitigate it. There are additional things that we could do. It's a very loaded question. The plan is over 400 pages long. So it's one piece of the plan. So I want everybody to focus on the entire plan rather than on one piece of that plan.
The one piece being masking, is that?
Absolutely, yes.
Andrea, same question to you, please.
Well, as a scientist, I can tell you that our science is always evolving. We have more studies pop up every day, and if you look hard enough, you can find a study to support this or that or the other. And when it comes to masking, I think what is most important for our community and for our schools is to communicate the thresholds that are set. As Suzette said at the beginning, we had this number, and we all would sit there and watch how many positive cases we had until we got to 50, and we knew that either we were, this is going to happen or that was going to happen. At least we had a reference point to work from. And I think that's where we need to go right now, is to pick a reference point and make that be our deciding factor. It seems very wishy-washy right now, and it can feel to the community that the board just kind of blows with the tide on that.
We're going to follow up with that because I think it's interesting. I know the number you're talking about because that was put into place, and I believe it was 50 per 14-day rate per 10,000. And we watched that very closely early on in the pandemic when we were setting guides and standards. The last few weeks, it's been 4 or 5 times that. And so we haven't done that. We haven't stuck to what was said maybe a year or so ago. So is it time to recalibrate or to ignore those and to go to some other guidance or standards? And so this is a follow-up. I don't care. You can take 30 or 60 seconds on this, or we can call it a new question if you want to. But Suzette, we'll start with you again as a follow-up.
I think we're comparing apples and oranges actually here, because the virus is mutating, it's behaving differently, it's infecting quicker, it's easier to get it, it's not as bad, but it's spreading faster. So trying to use the same metrics for an evolving virus is problematic. I think what the board and what administrators and what we're trying to figure out is how many people can be gone before we can't teach school anymore. So, we don't have the option right now to just tell everyone, if you don't have it very bad, you can come to school anyways, because if they test positive, they have to stay home. And if we don't have enough teachers to teach, then we have to close school. And so I think, I don't know what the number is of people that can be gone before we need to close, but if we can keep all of the numbers down and keep school going by masking, that seems to make sense to me.
How about the metrics that you would use to make some decisions to change the standard in classroom unmasked students and teacher?
I think it's a piece of the puzzle. So there's not one magic number in my book. As a safety and facilities manager, again, at a large organization where we're dealing with 700 plus people in buildings all across our campuses, we're looking at multiple things. And I don't think it's a magic number. if you look at the science and if you look at how this virus spreads, the N95 mask is truly the ultimate most protection. And if you keep reading through those studies, especially published by the CDC, masking is only effective when it's done continuously, which means at school and outside of school. And so when you pick and choose when the masking is going to work, that does not control the virus. The virus will evolve around all of that. So again, I go back to what is our entire mitigation strategy to keep our schools open, to keep our kids safe, and to keep our educators safe. And so I think masking may be a portion of that, but we have to look at how those masks are. What type of mask are they wearing? Are they wearing it properly? Are they keeping it on their face? Are they not touching their face? Are they washing their hands? So there's multiple pieces to this whole controlling of the virus other than just masking.
I want to ask you a follow-up because you mentioned screening that's being done at Midway USA. How is that done and how could that be implemented to a school district with 20,000?
Yeah. We use a lot of electronic software, and I believe if we had all the money in the world, that would be the best way of, but we look at 3 specific things. We're looking at any fever, we're looking at any contagious illness. So that's fever within the last 24 hours without the use of medications, so no ibuprofen or Tylenol. We're looking at any new shortness of breath, or have you been exposed to somebody who's been tested for COVID? And we ask for those people to stay home, not come to work, and then they call into our call-in line. From there, we're reassessing those call-ins. 7 days a week, we're talking with those folks, and we're looking at each individual case. We're not making a blanket statement. Some of those people return to work. Some of those people are putting in isolation. Some of those people are putting in quarantine. We're using all the science, but we're making a larger plan and not focusing on one thing.
There have been asymptomatic people who have had to stay home. Then.
Absolutely.
Andrea, your question, I'm sorry, I spent some time with Adam there, but I wanted clarification as to what he's doing at his job since he has that role. Your thoughts about where we are in regard to measuring and going off of there.
Sure. So our current policy is for kids to mask at school and our educators and our staff. And the CDC has come right out and said cloth masks provide negligible protection against the current coronavirus. If you talk to pediatricians and you talk to speech pathologists, they will tell you that children have a delayed development in language and reading when they are masked. I have a child who I put in private school this year because he's a kindergartner learning to read and he has a language delay. There are other families who can't afford to put their kids in private school, and the gap between the kids who are excelling and the kids who need extra help is growing. And I feel pretty strongly about looking out for the kids who can't catch up as quickly and don't have quite the support that other children have, and the masking's not helping them.
I'm going to ask a related question about what the pandemic has done to the schools in a moment, but if anybody in the audience has a question about masking or about this particular issue of dealing with COVID in the schools, please prepare to go to that microphone. So you're kind of, Andrea, right at the end there talking about the fact that what's it done over the last couple of school years to our students and what it's done to their success and their academic progress. So this is another question provided from board members. The last 2 years have been dominated by the pandemic response. The role of the school board is overseeing student learning. What is your vision for student achievement? I think maybe we can define the role of the school board in several different ways, but I do want to talk about student achievement. And I think Adam Burks, we'll start with you on this one.
Okay, so can you restate your question?
Yeah, I'm curious about, I think numbers are showing that the pandemic has really hurt achievement. So where do we go to rebound from the hurt?
Absolutely, and we're seeing that here with our kids. I'm seeing it with my second grader. She entered second grade and was at a kindergarten reading level. And then when we started going back and looking at a lot of that data, everybody in that second grade group, first grade group are really struggling to read because we found out that distance or virtual learning was not effective. And so when we start looking at those metrics, we have a very short time frame as educators and parents to get those kids to the levels that they need to be before it becomes detrimental, where it's not recoverable. And I think that gets into your mitigation plan of how we need to keep our schools open and do the best that we can with the tools and resources that we have available. But I think we also need to go back and look at pre-pandemic and look at where our achievement is for CPS. CPS has some very bold visions and goals for our district, and then we're not meeting them. We have declining test scores year after year since 2015, before the pandemic, and we have no action plan to address those issues. And that is very concerning to me as a parent. What are we doing What is the school board doing to give that leadership and direction to our superintendent to correct these issues?
And Andrea Lisenby, your answer to the question about how academic achievement has really suffered during the last couple of years and what we can do to turn that around.
We've never dealt with a pandemic before, and we made some mistakes as a district, and our test scores have suffered accordingly. Columbia has chosen to rank themselves among 13 comparable districts, and our ranking has decreased, as Adam said, but it's been back since 2016. We are below state standards in Columbia Public Schools. It is not just a pandemic issue. It is something that needs to be turned around. Things have not been done as well as they could have. You can point to different reasons for that, but as a school board, we need to increase academic rigor. We need to support our teachers in teaching reading, writing, math, science. We need to get some of the distractions out of the classroom that are preventing our teachers from doing their job, because they love teaching. They want to be there. They want to support kids. They're just facing too many distractions.
Suzette Waters, your answer?
You're
just a couple of the last 2 years have really been hard. I mean, we focused on those 2 years, and Andrea just broadened that out and said, and I think Adam would kind of agree with that maybe even prior to the pandemic, there have been some signs that there haven't been meeting certain academic standards that the school district would like them to meet. So again, I've just made the question really long again. But my question for you is basically, over the last couple of years in particular, how do we turn it around? How do we gain back what has been lost because of a pandemic?
That is a tough challenge. I talked to a second grade teacher a couple of weeks ago that said of her 19 students in second grade, 2 of them were reading on level. That's hard. And I'm sure it's not limited to elementary school. I'm sure I have a feeling it's more exacerbated at the elementary school level because that's really critical developmental time. And virtual learning was not as beneficial to that student group. I think the teachers are going to need time. They need increased instructional minutes to help these kids catch up. So I know one thing the district has tried to do to help with that has been to push to the side new initiatives, new assessment plans, instead of having teachers do yet another new program chasing new data. They're like, okay, we're not going to do this. Just go ahead and teach. So we need to give these teachers the minutes of instruction they need to actually teach. And I think that will help.
That's kind of where I want to pick up for a follow-up, and we'll start with Adam Burks on this one. So I think at least 2, maybe all 3 of you have talked about supporting teachers. What does supporting teachers look like in real practical terms?
So supporting teachers from a board member's perspective is giving them the tools and the resources that they need to do their job. And that could be in multiple different factors. Is that from a financial standpoint? Is that from more planning time? Is that from more recruitment and retention? There's multiple pieces to that. I believe it starts with recruitment and retention, recruiting the best educators, retaining those best educators so that we could fully staff CPS, so that we could have great substitutes, have great pools of that. Then going from there is making sure that we're continuously listening to our teachers, our educational staff, telling us what they need. If they need something to do their job, it should be the role of the board member to listen to that and then follow up with questions. How do we get that for you? What do you mean that you need this? Give me some more details. Is that candid two-way feedback, letting them know that we're here to support them. At the end of the day, if we're not supporting our kids, we are having a failing education system, and that's everybody's responsibility. The board members, the superintendent, the schools and staff, we just have to communicate. We have to know what those needs are.
Follow up to you, and then I'm going to ask the next 2 the same question and the same follow-up. Grade how the current school board is supporting teachers then, A to
F. Personally, I believe we have around a C. And I know that from experience by working with the teachers at Parkade, where our kids go to school. I know that with working with the teachers that our kids go to West Middle, is they all feel like they're being left in the dark and they're not being communicated to, they're not being listened to, and that's a problem.
Andrea Lisenby, the first question is, what does it mean to support teachers?
That's a good question, and I like it. And I've asked lots of teachers that same question. You know, when you talk to teachers and say, hey, how's it going? Tell me about your year. They unload. And so we say, okay, well, how can we solve that? Like, what do you practically need right away to solve that problem? And immediately they all say, we need substitute teachers. CPS currently uses a private company to hire substitute teachers. And I actually went on the website to sign up to be a substitute teacher just to help out my kids' schools. And I got partway through the process and had to stop. It was so confusing, so complicated. I've talked to other parents who have tried the same thing, and there's just so many hoops to jump through. Not that that needs to be a roadblock, but it's difficult to get substitute teachers. That's an immediate threat that I think we can solve quickly by taking that on and doing it in-house. The second thing that teachers say that they need is help with discipline. We've had kids out of school for almost a year, and now we're expecting them to be back in school and in seat and to behave themselves, and they're not turning it back on like parents think and teachers think that they should. And they are asking for support in the area of discipline. They need alternatives for what they can do with disruptive behavior, and they're getting some guidelines quietly to let some things slide.
And your grade for the current school board and how it supports teachers?
I won't speak to it personally, but my feedback from talking to teachers is they would probably say somewhere around a C.
Okay. Suzette Waters, what's it mean to support teachers?
I think number one is we need to treat our teachers like the professionals they are. I think people will deal with a lot of difficult circumstances at their jobs if they feel they are appreciated and that they're doing a good job. So I think if we respect teachers for being professionals and doing their job well, we need to trust in their competence. That goes a long way. I think it helps for them to know that we know they're struggling and to acknowledge that. At Hickman, where I volunteer a lot, we've done what we call a teacher prize patrol. We blow up a couple of balloons, we get a little tiny thing of flowers, and we write a thank you note with a $20 bill, and we've been going around in the halls with, I might have a tambourine and a megaphone with those things, and popping into the classrooms and making a big ruckus and just celebrating them and telling them, we're doing this for teachers that are teaching extra sections, and we're telling them, we see you, we appreciate you, we know this is hard. And we've had several teachers break down in tears over $20. So that tells me they're worn out and they need a little appreciation. I have some things to say about subs, but my time is...
We can, I guess, come back to subs in a moment. What would you grade the current school board in supporting teachers?
That is a tricky question because I know some board members have tried to reach out to teachers, and then other board members don't feel it's appropriate to directly solicit feedback from teachers. So as a whole, I would probably say, I hate bad grades, so I'm gonna say B-.
You could have just said incomplete.
No, shut up. Take that.
We're a third of the way into our time with the school board members, and I've got other questions, but I'll stop right now. I see you are looking like you have one, so step right up to the mic.
Hello, I was just wondering, I think the best way to find out what the teachers need is to ask them. I think we need to develop a system to do that is anonymous. I think that it's real hard for teachers to tell people exactly what they think needs to be going on. I've heard of this anonymous surveys to teachers in other districts, and I think it sounds like a real good idea, and I was just wanting to know your guys' opinion on it.
We'll start with Andrea on this one.
I love it. Let's do it.
That's a pretty simple answer.
Yeah, and I like the idea of it being anonymous because a lot of teachers have commented that very quietly they fear retaliation from being honest about how they feel about things. So I love it.
Suzette Waters.
I've actually created surveys to seek feedback from teachers at Hickman, and it works. We've done it for PTA members and for teachers, and I love a good survey.
Adam Burks?
I love the idea of surveys, but I want to make sure that it's not just asking them what they need, that we have the tools and the resources to follow up that survey. Nothing would be a big dissatisfier to these teachers if we went out and asked them what they wanted and then turn around and did nothing with that data. So it needs to be a very systematic process. It needs to know, and it needs to have the support from the board of directors, the board of education, and the superintendent and the leaders. And we have to make that commitment to our teachers that if we're going to ask them what we want, and we set some guidelines of what we can and what we may be able to put in the future budget of those requests, and then we need to follow back up with, this is the data that we got back, this is what we're able to do, these things are now in our long range plan. So I think that is extreme key, is a very systematic process if you're going to ask people what they want.
I'm going to start with Suzette Waters on this one. It's kind of related to this. I have had conversations, which I didn't realize, with some school board members who say, as a school board member, you're representing a certain side. And so when negotiations occur for a teacher's contract, I've had some school board members say they feel a bit hampered in making perhaps these kinds of connections with teachers during, or maybe the whole year, because of contract negotiations. I'll ask you, each of you, have you had a sense of that? Do you feel that that is something that becomes an issue for school board members when they are now maybe restricted in going into a school with a survey or asking directly, what can I do for you? What do you need?
I think it is that way. I think there is some like a feeling of like, is it inappropriate for me to talk to a teacher? But I don't think it needs to be that way. I don't think it should be that way. I know that collective bargaining, if that's what you're talking about right now, is happening right now. The board hires an outside lawyer to represent the board in that negotiation process. I am not going to say one thing or one way or the other about that. I mean, board members are not necessarily lawyers or the best people to do those negotiations, but I think it's not untoward for the board to seek the feedback or have relationships with teachers any more than it's untoward for the board to have relationships with people in the district. It should be a collaborative effort to, we all have a common goal here. It's almost like different parts of the body not working together. It's not going to work out very well. So I think there is room for just more of a presence.
Suzette has helped me kind of, I think, put this in better terms, but Adam, I'll come to you. So in the regards to collective bargaining and the impact that has on school board teacher relationship, what have you heard and what are your sensibilities about that?
From my understanding of how the process works is once collective bargaining begins, the school board members are not allowed to engage in any conversations with those teachers because it is a very systematic legal process that is bound by their contracts. But somebody proposed this to me as the other way a few days ago when I was talking to some community members is most of our teachers are community members and they're tax-paying citizens and they have kids that go to the school. And so they should still have that opportunity, just like any other citizen is, that could come and talk to that school board member and voice their concerns. And those might be the concerns that the school board may not be able to, the members may not be able to take direct action to, but we could always go back to the superintendent and say, hey, we're hearing a common theme from your staff and your educators. This is something you probably need to look in. Because at the end of the day, the school board members report to the community and the superintendent reports to the school board. That is the chain of command. And so if we get stuff back from the community and those are concerning comments, we have a duty to take those comments to the superintendent for him to investigate and to figure out if there is something truly wrong.
Andrea Elizabeth, same question to you.
Yeah, will you ask it one more time?
Sure. In regard to collective bargaining, it's sort of my attitude leading to this question is what Adam kind of just vocalized there, is that there are certain guidelines that are being followed now that may restrict a school board member from certain contact with teachers, especially during collective bargaining negotiation time. What have you heard in regard to that, and what are your feelings about that?
Well, we have a 4-page policy that explains collective bargaining for school board members. And so if the policy states you can't make contact, then you need to follow the policy and not make contact. Once that time frame is up, though, I think it's fair enough to listen to teachers and hear what they have to say. As everyone's described, there's a lawyer who goes on behalf of the school board to make the negotiations with the CMNEA, and then it kind of comes back to the school board for approval. And so outside of that time frame, I think it's great for school board members to listen to teachers.
All right, I'll look to the crowd. Anybody else have a question they want to ask right now? Again, I'm happy to plunge on forward, but happy also to give everybody an opportunity to answer a question. This is a question from the organizers of this event. Let's talk about bus driver shortages and what we can do about that and incentives. You've talked about substitute teachers a bit. I think those are hard to find. Bus drivers, we've had the superintendent speak just a couple of months ago about how dire the need was for that. And I've lost track of who should go first with this, but I think it would be Adam. I'll start with you.
All right, it's just like with any staffing situation that you would have with a school board, with a public entity, or a private organization. When you outsource that service to a third-party agency, you lose a lot of that control and a lot of that input. It goes back to the substitute teachers, where we outsource that to a third party. I have been doing a little bit of research on how we could help work together with our community and our community partners. And there was a great story a few weeks ago of how Harrisburg Public School District and Hallsville School District is now combining their bus drivers. And so they're covering for each other. So they're actually working with their school partners. And why do we need to work against everybody? We are a community. We should be looking to our partner schools. We should be working together as a community to see how we could share resources, especially in this time and age when everybody is short of some type of worker. And I think if we could be able to build those relationships, it would make CPS even stronger than we are today, again, fulfilling that vision to be the best district in the state.
I'll follow up. So maybe a partnership with whom? Are you saying other school districts or other employers who might be able to say, we'll give you free time early in the morning, late in the afternoon to do this job while also doing your other job? I'm not sure.
Absolutely. It's working with the other schools, the schools that are maybe closed on Mondays that go to a 4-day work week. You have a pool of bus drivers that would be available to help cover shifts on Mondays. Maybe it's working with our local partners, our community. We have great resources in our community. Is it going out to large organizations and saying, hey, if you could support us, or would you be able to support us by sending us 5 substitute teachers a day from your work source? If it was our organization, maybe we say, we're going to give you 5, encourage our employees to go out, get certification, and we're going to give them 1 day off a week to go back and serve their community. Maybe it's working with large trucking companies who already have CDLs and saying, hey, on Mondays, would you be able to give us 5 people? Building partnerships and agreements with those people that are already here in town and try to serve all the needs of the community.
All right, Andrea, listen to me. What do we do about shortages of bus drivers?
Well, as you said, it's much like the substitute teacher shortage. It's something the program we used to have in-house, and then we outsourced it because we couldn't manage it in-house. There's school districts all over the country who have buses. I think we just reach out to other school districts and see what solutions work well for them. We don't always have to reinvent the wheel in Columbia. We can look to others for their ideas.
Suzette Waters?
I think, well, first of all, I think everyone's struggling with bus drivers. I don't think it's just Columbia. And I think I know the reason that we outsource both subs and buses to a third party is that we flat cannot afford to have a pool of substitutes in-house that is huge enough that would cover all of our needs, especially right now. We do have some buildings do have permanent subs, and we've utilized those, but we do not have the money in the budget to have paid subs just on tap. So that's why we've gone to a third party. It's so much less expensive. And they are able to manage it also. We have a human resources manager that is in charge of that at the district level, but if we had all those subs in-house, we would need more administrators too. I think we need to get creative with the buses. I like the idea of reaching out into the community to see if there are people that would be willing to do that on a day off. I'm sure there's training that would need to be involved. We have city buses in Columbia, and I know years ago we tried to partner with the city to do routes at the high schools, and there was a snag there, but that's something that could be brought up again. If we have if we have the drivers and we have the vehicles, they could certainly stop at a school.
This is a question that also has been part of your answers for a bit. Andrea, Elizabeth, we'll start with you. Some of the criticism currently towards the board and part of the administration is that they've been unresponsive to parents and constituents, and it has to do with communication between those groups. How would you communicate with those who seek your attention?
You know, I've thought a lot about this, and I've actually spoken to two of our current board members about this, because, you know, on one hand, if you're a board member and you're getting hundreds and hundreds of emails in, you can read them all, but it does take time to really give a thoughtful response. And a board member is a volunteer position, and they just don't have time to reply individually to all 100 emails that they get. What was your question?
How would you communicate with those who seek your attention?
Okay, so one thought that I've had is to host some type of group gathering. And I've kind of tried to think this out, but to where community members can come and we can discuss agenda items a few days. You know, you get the agenda on Thursday and the board meeting is on Monday. So if there were a way to have some type of event at a park or something on the Sunday before, to where you could discuss some of the controversial or more passionate topics with the community, and it would be open to anyone who wanted to come and give their feedback on different ideas. You know, speaking in a board meeting with your limited amount of time, and it's not available to have a back and forth communication, just hasn't seemed to be effective, and it hasn't seemed to be worthwhile.
Suzanne Waters, how would you communicate with those who seek your attention?
Well, I guess my email is going to be public if I win the election, so everyone's going to be able to email me, and I think that's a fine way to get in touch with a board member. But I don't think that's what people are looking for, because they can do that now, and that's not enough. I think communication through like PTAs would be one way that could be effective. Our PTA at Hickman, we've asked for sit-down meetings with a couple of board members, like one at a time, just to bounce ideas off of them and provide them with feedback after gathering concerns from our parents. And that's been really helpful. And I'd be up for doing that. And I like the idea of community, like kind of office hours, where people can come and give feedback on anything. I'm open to lots of communication ideas.
Adam Burke's your answer to the communication question.
Yeah, I think we've developed a culture where we don't meet people face to face, especially throughout this pandemic. And I think that has really hurt our communication tools and efforts that we've had as a community and as a district. And I think those are some of the things that we probably should consider bringing back, because at the end of the day, what is the root cause of all the emails? It's no communication, it's disgruntled or upset parents because they don't know what's going on. So if we could fix our communication stream, our communication methods upstream to prevent those emails by having some host of forums, to being a little bit more community oriented, being out in the community, working with the PTAs, I think it's a win-win for everybody.
I'm going to, this is kind of a related question, and we'll start with Andrea again on this one. I'm going to guess that you all have watched or been to school board meetings, and especially over the last year or two, and you know that there have been many who have stepped to their podium that is there for audience member response, and they've been very passionate. Sometimes they've been very angry. They have confronted the school board with accusations at times, and some of them had to do with, you're not responding to me, you're not listening to me. So that's the setup to this question. You're going to have to make, if you're a school board member, a yes or no decision. Masking, yes or no. This, yes or no. So how would you communicate with persons who are unhappy with your vote, yes or no? And they're going to keep on continuing to tell you they're unhappy, and they're going to continue to say, you're not communicating with me, which is code for, I don't like your decision, so you're wrong. Andrea, your answer.
Well, as a board member, you do vote yes or no, and then whatever the board, whatever the consensus is, all 7 members of the board stand behind that decision. If people are upset, they have every right to be upset, and they can vent and talk about it all they want.
Do you continue to communicate with them? I think I've sensed a sort of frustration, maybe with administrators and with school board members saying, look, we've answered the question. We can't answer it any other way. And so I think that leads to some saying, you're not communicating with me.
Have they answered the question?
They made a policy decision.
But have they explained the rationale behind their decisions? The public hasn't heard. And I've brought this up to some board members also, and they like the idea, is when they're discussing things at a board meeting, share your reasoning behind why you're voting yes or no on this or that issue, especially when it's one that draws a lot of public comment. Another idea is to communicate with an email after the board meeting, just letting people know here was our logic behind making this decision. It all goes back to the communication that Adam brought up. If you can get in front of things by explaining yourself and being very open and transparent about your decisions and your policies, you're not going to get a whole bunch of disgruntled parents that just keep beating a dead horse.
Suzanne Waters, same question for you.
I think there are some parents that confuse being listened to with being agreed with, and those are not the same thing. And I think that's kind of what you were getting at. I expect, that's part of leadership, is just having to make a decision and stand behind it. Specifically on the masking, I think the board had to make a decision that they felt was going to be best for the students. And parents have strong feelings about this. Parents are going to have strong feelings about other things, but it's up to a leader to weigh the factors, and on the balance, make a decision that is best for students, because that's what we're doing here. I agree that there can be some communication about the factors that go into certain decisions, but I feel like in some cases it wouldn't matter if they had a 90-page report on why they made a decision. People are still just not going to like it, and there's nothing you can do about that.
Adam Burke, same question to you. You have to vote one way or the other. You might be accepting communication up to that to help you make a decision. Then you make the decision. Some people unhappy with that are going to accuse you. You're not communicating. You didn't listen to me.
Yeah, I think it goes all the way back to the beginning of the communication process. We've got to get our community trust back. We have to get that piece that we've lost over the last few years, that face-to-face communication, letting them know that we care, and letting them know that we want to be as transparent as possible. It's what both of these ladies have said up here. We are not doing a really good job of telling us why. We're just telling it this is how it's going to be. And to prevent those communication issues downstream, when people get so frustrated because they're not being communicated to over and over, or they're getting a canned response, it's the community that doesn't feel like the board is listening. All we feel like is we're getting a canned response to move on to the next email. So again, if we could get that communication out front first, let people know why these are the decisions being made, and talk to our community. Give that candid two-way communication. I want to meet with people in person. We could sit safely apart from each other if that is their willingness to do so. But talking over email and talking over face-to-face are two different ways of communication. And I think you're going to get more frustration over email because you can't have that candid two-way feedback right there at that time.
All right, sir.
Hi, my name is Brandon Rather, and I host a show on 93.9 Legal, but I'm also a taxpayer. And as we're talking about communication, I was kind of curious. There's another lawsuit after the school board voted. The board voted in December to do away with masks. The school board, or excuse me, school officials communicated to us, this is a waste of taxpayer money for us to have to fight this again. I'm wondering what your answers to this question would be. What do you think about that logic for the school officials to say it's a waste of money for us to fight this? You wouldn't have to spend that money to fight it if you would have abided by a school board vote.
Thank you.
Your response.
Suzanne Waters, we'll start with you on this. So in other words, Attorney General files a lawsuit. The school's printed response or stated response that came to us in the media and that everybody else available said that this was, I'm going to be paraphrasing it probably horribly, or was a waste of money, that we need to spend the money on education rather than on lawsuits and defending lawsuits.
I wish we didn't have to spend any money defending our decisions as a board. I think it was a frivolous lawsuit. I think it was a political move. I don't think it had anything to do with masking. I don't think it had anything to do with kids. I think it was a power move. And it is a waste of money to have to hire lawyers and get involved in a lawsuit like that. So.
Okay. Adam Burks?
I think it goes back with the mitigation plan of the organization of CPS. What is the risk assessment being conducted that would justify the mask? What is the risk assessment, long-term, short-term, all of that? And I think if the school board could justify what that risk assessment was, it's what's being done in any safety situation across the whole US as safety professionals. That's what we do. We weigh the risk of everything. We look at short-term risk, we look at long-term risk. And I think we're missing that piece. We are defaulting on, we're going to go with masks because it's what we feel comfortable with. It's what we feel safe with. And unfortunately, Andrea touched on this earlier, as a safety professional, I know that cloth masks and surgical masks are not as effective as respiratory protection advice. I see some people wearing some N95 masks, and I see some people wearing some KN95 masks. If you don't wear those appropriately, those are still not going to protect you. So if we're truly going to do respiratory protection, then we need to do respiratory protection and go to that degree. But if you do it halfway with surgical masks or cloth masks that aren't washed on a regular basis, then it's really hard to defend those lawsuits because we haven't done the risk assessment upstream. And I think that's kind of where some of these lawsuits are coming, is where is your decision making, where are your facts, where are your statistics that say this is the right direction of the organization? And I haven't been able to find that either.
Andrea, listen to your reaction or response to the question about the school board and school district's response to the lawsuit by the Attorney General.
Yeah, I think we need to see how the lawsuit goes before we know anything. If it turns out the school is okay in making that policy, then of course it's a waste of money. But if it turns out we learn where some boundaries are drawn a little more clearly, then we have some answers to go off of.
Okay. Go ahead.
I have a quick question. I'm going to move away from the COVID and the pandemic, and I'm going to look broader about schools in general. Over the last several decades, I feel like our schools have been the catch-all to solve all of the other societal gaps. And we've gotten away from our primary mission, and that's teaching the kids. What's your response to that? And what would you propose that the schools do, and the school board can take a tremendous leadership role in controlling that scope creep, if you will?
All right, that's good. Adam Burks, you're first on this. 90 seconds should be plenty of time to solve this problem.
Yeah, I'm glad you have that confidence in me. I think it goes back with what is the strategic direction of the Columbia Public Schools. If you look at the current budget model, there are actually goals listed out to fix the issues that you're talking about. However, there's no goals or measurements or any visibility of where we're measuring that. And as we talked about earlier, since 2015, we've had a declining test scores year after year after year, and we haven't addressed those issues. And you're right, until we can fix those core items, we need to stop worrying about all the really cool things that we could be doing. We need to go back to the basics. We need to fix the foundation of the public school system here in Columbia, and from there we could build upon it and move forward.
Andrea Elizabeth, your answer?
Yes, will you ask me the question again?
His question was that the schools have started to become catch-all. They're dealing with a lot of societal problems now, in addition to teaching maybe reading, writing, and arithmetic. That's how I understood your question, basically, is it's just become kind of a catch pool for all of society's ills and problems. How do we deal with that? At schools, the reality is that seems to be what's happening.
So the Missouri state standards are for math, reading, science, and English, and we need to focus on those. That's why we test on them, and they have to be the priority, especially right now when we have lost so much ground due to the pandemic. And as you said, there are a lot of other things in our classrooms, and some of those are valuable. Kids learn more than just academics at school, but there's some of the things you might be referring to go back to the discipline challenges that our teachers are having. And if the teachers have solutions that they can use to handle the discipline issues, then they can get back to teaching. And that's what they want to do. We need to get things out of their way so that they can teach the core classes to help, bring kids back up to where they need to be.
Okay, Suzette Waters.
So just refreshing, you said, we're dealing with a lot of things that are not academic in school. We're having to, okay, so one thing that I would like to point out is that we don't get to choose who comes to us. We don't get to choose the kids that walk through the doors and ask us to educate them. They are coming to us from different circumstances. Some of them are walking in the door hungry. Some of them are walking in the door from the car they slept in or the hotel room they slept in. And so what we need to solve those peripheral problems are resources to deal with those other issues. Teachers are not necessarily trained to do all those things, but those things need to be done. So we need more resources for that. We need to empower adults to be good parents. I mean, parenting does not come with a manual, but there could be maybe some efforts to train parents in, what is a good breakfast to give your kids. Please turn off the TV by 9 o'clock. Make sure your kids go to bed. If kids come to school and they're hungry and they're tired, they're gonna struggle. So I think the key thing there is resources.
I want to follow up on that and pick up on what she was saying, and I can't see the person who asked that question right now, but I want to, because I think she was getting at kind of what you were concerned with, correct?
I think so,
sort of. So I'll come back through to each of you again, because I think you are representative of three families. You are caring parents. You have demonstrated that in the fact that you have been active with your students. You're very caring of your students or your children who are students in the Columbia Public School District and elsewhere. And so you are way above average in what you do for making sure that your students have a good chance of success. But that's not everywhere. And so if I'm a teacher, I've got 20 students, 10 of them may be your students. 5 of them may be borderline, and some may be just there because they're there. And they haven't had any kind of preparation to be there about the importance of school or anything like that. So if that's the factor that we're wondering, how do you prepare them to learn? How do you prepare them to be at school and have the right mindset or body, mind, spirit, and soul to want to learn? Yeah.
I think it goes back to the tools and the resources that those teachers need to have an effective classroom. And those teachers should be able to feel comfortable enough to going to their leaders and their administrators of saying, hey, I have these issues in my classroom, I need some additional help. Does that mean where there's additional paras added to that classroom to help those students achieve? As a public school system, everybody has the opportunity to come here and everybody should have that opportunity. I am very fortunate, my wife is very fortunate where we are very active in our school, but we also know that there are parents that are not able to do that. I feel like my job as a board member is to be the voice for those parents, to tell them, to help give them the resources that they need.
Would you advocate more money then, a raise in taxes to pay for personnel that would help students?
I think we need to dig down into our budget. I've been going through it for the last several days. It's extremely long. There's lots of things in there, but I think we have some opportunity to make some improvements in the budget model, to work with what we have, to give the teachers the best resources that we can with the resources that we have today.
Andrea, Elizabeth, same question to you.
Yeah, just about the same answer. We need to equip our teachers and staff with resources for the situations that they're faced with. And not every elementary school is going to see the same thing. Not every high school is going to see the same thing. And so on a school by school basis, we need to give our teachers exactly what they need to handle their situations.
Suzette Waters.
So I think what your original question was, how do we prepare these kids to learn who are coming to us?
Yeah, you talked about the diversity of background to those students
Right.
that'll be in the same classroom.
I can speak to this a little bit from one of my volunteer experiences. In 2019, the winter semester, I volunteered at West Middle School in a 7th grade social studies classroom, at least twice a week, sometimes 4 times a week, in 2 different periods. So, twice 2 periods. And I was helping the teachers, upon being asked, because she had such a wide range of ability in her classroom. She had students that were high achievers, she had students that were right on target, and then she had students that were really struggling. And I took either individuals or a small group out into the hall, and I would just go over and over and over the lessons with them. We'd read magazine articles, we looked at, I would help them with map skills, you know, where's the Rhine River, where's the Alps, Europe is a separate continent, all these things. And they were not the kids that came bounding into school excited to be there. They were, you know, some of them were kind of downtrodden kids. Some of them missed a lot of school because they had parents that worked nights and slept through and didn't get them to school, so they missed class. I had a student that was living in a hotel room with her entire family and 2 dogs. These kids had needs, but what I discovered was that with a little bit of work, they got it. They would retake the test, they'd get 100%, there was some ability there. What they didn't know is that they had something in them that could do it. And so I think one thing we need to do is always be mindful that every student that walks through that door comes with greatness in them.
All right, we'll go to the question.
Yes, I was going to ask if you are wanting police officers in schools, and if so, I want to know what the rationale is for either you do or you don't.
Andrea Lisenby, we'll start with you. That's a good question. It's a timely one because there is the discussion again about school resource officers.
Yes, absolutely. Teachers are asking for them. Parents are asking for them. Yes.
Suzette Waters?
The board did just vote to approve that contract on at the work session last Thursday, and now I believe it goes to the city. So the administrators and teachers I have talked to are largely in favor of the school resource officers. They are going to be required to have de-escalation training and other school-provided training because the correct sense is that not all police officers can be school resource officers. It takes a different, it's not policing. It's not meant to be policing. It's meant to be mentoring. And that is a big difference. So I know some parents had I don't know if their parents or their community members had concerns about the data of the interaction between students and the SROs, and I think that's valid. That contract stipulates that those interactions will have to be quantified, and there will be an annual presentation so that we know how many kids are being arrested, or what are they being arrested for, or what interactions are happening there. But I think the intent is good, and if they're used the right way as a resource and mentor, then I think it's helpful.
Adam Burks?
Yes, I strongly agree with school resource officers being in our public school system. When I was going through high school, actually middle school and high school in Harrisburg, is where I went to school at, we had a school, it was one of the first school resource programs. Most of us know it as DARE, but that's truly what that program was. And that's when I decided that I wanted to be a police officer in my life, was the relationship that I built with that police officer. They taught me many life skills. We were able to build relationships, just like what these ladies are saying up here. It does take a special person to be in that role, and it's very critical that we put that right person in that role. Unfortunately, when I got out of school and I went to be a cop for a few months, it was not what it was like on TV, and it was not like what you saw everywhere else. And I chose that was not the right path for me. But I remember all those interactions, and I think what grew my love in serving my community. That's where I really got tied in with the fire district. Was those relationships that I built with those police officers. Harrisburg was a very small town at that time, and that's what we had as a community, is we had that resource. So I think it could do great things for Columbia Public Schools. I think there needs to be lots of monitoring. I think we need to be able to measure and monitor and quantify that data to make sure that it is going in down the right path.
All right.
Good evening. Want to share a couple of data points. So suicide is the second leading cause of death between the ages of 10 and 24. And in schools, by the time an individual is diagnosed with a mental health condition till the time that they receive treatment is generally 5 to 8 years based on national statistics. Question I have for you is, if you were a school board member, how would you advocate for students that might have a mental health condition within the walls of the school?
Adam Burks, you're first.
Well, I think it comes with equipping our teachers with the resources to help identify that. So as a school board candidate, I think we have a responsibility to give those teachers the tools and resources to do their job. It's a toolbox, and we're always adding to it, and we're making things better. And we want to be able to let those teachers know, if you see signs, you need to let somebody know, and we need to work with our community partners on helping identifying that and getting those resources. Boone County has amazing resources. I don't know if anybody's ever lived anywhere else, but I could tell you from the public safety world, when I look at our surrounding communities, they don't have what we have. We need to build partnerships and relationships with these community partners. We have 2 major healthcare systems in our town. We have all these great resources. We have all that stuff. I think we could do better with our toolbox for our teachers and let them know the resources that we could help manage for them.
Andrea Lisby, your next question about dealing with the mental health problems of young people in our schools.
I honestly don't know enough about it to answer that question, but I would like to look into it and get back to you.
Suzette Waters?
I think it is important to address mental health, for sure. We have homeschool communicators in each school, and we have counselors. I know the district is working on relationships or has a relationship with Burrell Behavioral Health. That's one thing that when I was talking to the assistant superintendent for elementary, he specifically said, we're trying to develop these relationships with a place like Burrell Behavioral Health, and we're getting bogged down in masking. So we're having to troubleshoot instead of spending our time developing these critical long-term solutions for another issue. I spoke with the principal of Battle High School, and they have some significant needs, and he suggested using grant money, all these mental health service places have grants available to provide services. There are mental health specialists within the schools, but they might not be able to catch everything, and they might not be able to treat everything quickly enough. So I think that warrants further work.
Okay.
Well, my name is Matt Gass. I'm the president of Burrell Behavioral Health.
So please explain.
Well, so there was at the last work group, there was an MOU signed to support Battle. So my question was really just getting into sort of your familiarity with accessing mental health services, tying into some of the comments that you all have made around community partnerships, and then ultimately just extending some support that, as a designated mental health agent, we can meet the majority of the outpatient therapy and psychiatry needs.
So you want anything else from them? You do.
I want to say thank you and wish you all the best of luck. This is a really exciting opportunity to grow things in our district.
And you all have almost survived your first form. Trust me, by the end of March, you'll be giving each other's answers, probably. I've got a couple other questions, though, to bring it down the home stretch. One is starting kind of a simple type question. And let's see, did I start with Andrea on that one? I think I started with Adam, actually. So Andrea, listen, you'll be first on this. Why seek a job that is so demanding as a volunteer in such a divisive time?
Yep, that's a good question. Well, yeah, I have a long answer to this, but the short version is that serving on the school board has been on my mind for a long time. As I said earlier, we have the full broad spectrum of children in our house. And I believe that I have been involved enough in all the different classrooms to learn enough about the special education program, the EEE program, typical children in a classroom program, the PTAs, the school buses, the substitute teachers, to where I want to bring that knowledge to serve my community. It's something that, is a passion of mine to serve, and I've been doing it more on a individual school level, and that's been enjoyable. And I'm excited to use more of my leadership skills and small business owner skills to benefit our community. And you ask why now when it's so unpopular, right? Our last child just went to kindergarten, and I'm free to do it. And I said earlier also, it really bothers me that politics are just creeping into things, and I believe they need to stay out of our school. And that's the driving force that got me to sign in this year.
Suzette Waters, same question to you.
Please ask it one
Sure.
more time, because I had it in my brain until
Why seek a job? I'm not sure this is doing anything right now, so I'll just speak loud. Why seek a job that is a volunteer job that is so demanding in such a divisive time?
Yeah. Well, a little secret, volunteering is my superpower. I can't say no. So I don't know if that's a blessing or a curse, but every year since 2008, I've been in every building my kids have been in, on the ground, room parent, concessions worker, PTA treasurer, carnival operator, and that's just what I do. Why particularly now? Because public school is the foundation of a successful community, and it must succeed. And that sounds like hyperbole, perhaps, but I feel a sense of urgency to defend public school right now. I think public school matters. I think it is the only way we are going to educate all of the children in our community well. And it is important enough to me to spend my January having meetings and filling out index cards and not sleeping, because it's so critical that we do what we can to educate every child in a free and in a quality way.
Adam Burks, your answer.
Like I said earlier in my opening statement, I am at a position in my career where I've always wanted to do this, and I feel like with my leadership and organizational skills and skills that I've learned working for a very respected community, or a business in the community, where I could bring that business skill set, that leadership skill set, to an organization that I could see that's kind of struggling from the outside. And I just want to help make Columbia Public Schools to be really one of the great education systems here in the state of Missouri.
James Gray.
Not a sermon now, James.
Well, you'll get one because you got ready to retire. I'm sitting around and I'm looking around the room, and I see a lot more reporters here than I do parents. And, I've sat in my car and I listened to a lot of what you all was saying. My kid at this school, even, I took my kid out of public school because they having a learning thing, which, from the day that I went to public school, I was also having a learning issue also. Pandemic, we talked about that. None of us are really true science, and you got all of these doctors saying this and saying this and you saying this. And then I heard we talked about mental illness, and personal speaking, I'm one of the craziest persons you ever want to meet. So to me, we all got mental health issues, especially dealing with
James, don't put the clock on you.
Okay. And then we got the politicians. Hell, we need to sue them, because politicians and politics is nowhere for our school. And one of the guys that's making a big stink out of it, his wife worked for our school system. And then I got a lot of my board members who are been threatened, scared, and all of this because we want to run things. And then I look at my kids at Hickman who walked out because they said, we want to wear a mask, we want to be safe. Not once have we really ever in the last 4 or 5 years addressed what our kids really need. And to listen to our kids also. I'm in the schools, I hear my teachers. I just did a visual for a young man that got killed. Where are my school board members then? What's going on now? We got issue, you brought up battle. When we have resource officers at Battle, our schools strived out there to do a lot better because they got involved with the kid and they got to know them personally. Then my last thing, we bring in superintendent. Every time we bring in the superintendent, and for him to even sell his program, and even for him to understand this city and our school system, we always get backlashes. You get 2 or 3 board members that says he wants to do it the wrong way. Well, and I'm going to tell you all, if you are elected, and if you all are elected, it ain't about you all. It's about every single kid in our school system.
All right. Is that it?
For you it is. I'll speak to a
For
couple
you
of
it is.
them.
I still get to talk. If there's a reaction, I'll let you give a reaction before we get into our final 10 minutes. Suzette, we'll start with you.
I agree. Serving on the school board is not about the board member. It's not about certainly not about the fame and fortune. It is about the kids. It is about preserving public school for the kids because that is how they're going to learn. And so I think, and that goes back to what I was saying about being a leader. A board member has to be a leader and be able to cut through the noise and weigh the factors and make a decision that is best for the kids, even if it's not the popular decision.
Adam Burks.
I think I can speak for myself, but when we get up here and we talk about our personal experiences, we talk about some of the frustrations that we know that our community is having. And I think that we're to a point where we feel like, or I feel like I could step up and help be that voice for our community. So I don't want you to ever think that when we get up here or I get up here and talk about my kids, I'm trying to make the connection of that I have relationships, I have strong relationships with my school district, and I have a strong passion to serve my community. And so taking all of that in and making sure that we could do the best across all schools in the Columbia Public School District. The role of the board member is to lead the district and to provide that vision and provide that strategic plan. And we need people like you in the community to make sure that we don't forget that. And that's one of my goals. If I ever get elected as a school board member, is I cannot forget that this is about everybody. It's not about my personal experiences. It's to prevent any of those from occurring again to any other kid that has a parent that is not in the position to be as vocal as I am, to be in the position to serve my community.
Andrea Lisenby.
You said students come first, and I think all 3 of us agree 100% that that's accurate, and that's what we all believe. And our school district has somehow lost sight of that a little bit and lost our way. The pandemic kind of accelerated that, and so I'm excited for us to get back in seat and to get back to meeting each and every child wherever he or she is, and help bring them along and catch them up and make up that ground that we've lost. We need to bring back accountability into our classrooms. Our children are missing that, and that's part of living in the real world, is understanding accountability, and we need to be teaching that in our classrooms also.
I have one final question, and then you'll each have 60 seconds to say whatever you want in the closing statement. Adam, I'll start with you on this one. So let's say you're at a statewide school board member training event, and somebody comes up to you and finds out that you're from the Columbia Public School District. What do you think that they think?
Well, hopefully, when they look to a member that walks in from the Columbia Public School District, they're like, oh, that's such and such from the Columbia Public School District. We can learn a lot from them. And I think as a school board member, when we go to those events, it's knowledge sharing, it's building those relationships, it's building those partnerships, because at the end of the day, the public school system serves everybody in the state.
Andrea, what do you think they think when they say, oh, Andrea Lisenby, she's with the Columbia Public School District Board of Education?
Well, there's probably a lot of rumors that they think, and the Attorney General letter is probably on the top of their mind, but we are the 5th largest district in the state of Missouri, and we have a large public school system that we oversee. And so I do hope that we can be a resource to other school districts and, collaborating with them, on substitute teacher ideas and busing ideas, and we can all work together.
Hi, I'm Suzette Waters. I'm from the Columbia Public School District. What do they think?
I don't really care what they think. Of course I care what they think. They probably think, wow, you guys have been through a lot, and you guys have been in the news a lot, and you know, it is what it is. But I hope what it is about is, wow, you guys worked really hard, and you got that, you know, all that learning caught up, and you were really supportive to your teachers, and you saved public school from the angry mob.
Closing statements, 60 seconds. We're going to start from Suzette and work back this way.
So I'm here because I believe in this place. I've grown up here. These schools are the ones I went to, and they are the ones that nurtured my kids. I don't just believe in Columbia as a community. I believe in Columbia Public Schools as our best option to educate our kids. That's not saying we can't do better. That's saying we will do better, and we will only do better if we can talk to each other, we can respect each other, and we can roll our sleeves up and get to work.
Andrea?
It's important to have board members who believe in a strong and vibrant public education system, and I do, and that's why I'm running for the school board. Our educational system was harmed by the pandemic, and we have a lot of ground to make up. We need to focus on reading, writing, math, and science. We need strong, accountable leaders at the helm. It's the school board's duty to prepare our kids for high school. It's our responsibility to teach and listen to parents in the community. And we will make the Columbia Public Schools the best and the brightest, not only in the state, but also in the country.
And Adam?
Like I've said all night, I have a passion to serve my community. As a member with the Boone County Fire Protection District, I have learned so many valuable skills of working with our community partners, working within the schools, working with kids. My wife and I believe in our public education and putting our students first. And we need parents like us that are willing to step up and to help make sure that we can carry that vision on for every student that attends Columbia Public Schools. I want to make sure that I am the voice for the students, the parents, and the staff for the Columbia Public School system. We have to be their voice, we have to be their leaders, and we have to move forward making this the best school district in the state.
Adam Burks, Andrea Lisenby, Suzette Waters, thank you very much. Folks, school board candidates. So they're on the ballot April 5th. There'll be 4 names. You get to vote for 2 if you're a voter in the Columbia School Board District. Again, Blake Willoughby was not able to be with us tonight. We're going to all run over to KFC, get food, and come back for the mayor. No, we're not going to do that. Actually, we've got about 15 to 20 minutes before our next segment of tonight's forum, and that is going to be the mayoral candidates. Again, thank the school board candidates. Appreciate it. Check, check, check.
Oh, there it is. It's very delayed. It's just,
That's what I do at night. Just relax. Just get sidetracked.
This would be ideal. So I'm always kind of like, this little clip. Yeah. I heard both. When you were there, like I said earlier, it was like a good volume, but I could always turn my computer up or down. I have a question. That might be good.
Hey, I'm gonna mute all these.
Well, that's what. Okay, yeah. I know, I saw it. Do you think he was watching and saw it was recorded, so he's trying to let you know? I don't think so. Okay, I was not looking at her. I texted him and I said, I need to. Well, I just went through and I saw that. Yeah, like, here's what it's for. Yeah, you're like, what? Justin called me and I was like, I've told you I'm busy tonight.
I was in the print shop.
No. Hi. Thank you for tracking me down.
Oh yeah, well, I'm sure it is. I still talk to Lloyd. Oh, yeah. I don't like that time, man. Yeah. Still nice.
Yeah. No, I just mean I can go back and be in my second grade. remembering that, like, you know, it never happened today. So do you think the freshman
So, Scott Shaw, and you guys like
oh yeah, I was afraid of that. Oh my god. Like so the camera up so high he's like staring at me.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. I mean, it'd be better if he was standing there so I could see, but that's okay. So it's cutting off his head.
How's your job going? I think you've been in the Tribune for a long time. How long? Oh, crap. Are you gonna retire anytime soon? Well, I was just like commenting. I was like, for a moment, it's like all Tribune people, and then I realized, wait, actually, no. No. You're interesting. You're interesting.
Yeah.
You don't want us to go yet.
Said she's ready for round two.
I know. I'm glad the sound issues were only on their opening remarks, and you couldn't. I mean, it was fair because you can hear any of them, so that doesn't really matter. Plus, we only had like 20 people viewing it at the beginning, so.
How many people did we wind up?
It only between the two, like 50 was the max that I could see between YouTube and Facebook.
Yeah, I just.
Is he good?
Yeah, he said I'm not, but I will. So he pulled it up and he kind of backed it up and he said sounds good.
Oh, good.
So that's what Chris was saying too. So okay, you asked him if you could watch the beginning and let us know if there's any sound issues.
I'm having Rachel do it out
Okay, that's
there.
fine.
Yep.
Okay, that's
yep.
fine.
I don't want him to have to.
Okay, well, I mean,
I know.
He said, where is it? I said, well, KMU is streaming it. It's on Facebook. It's on YouTube. He goes, okay, I'm in the kitchen, so I'll just pull it up on YouTube. And he says, the guy on the left I can hear.
Yeah. Yep.
So then he went through each person to make sure he could hear them, and he could. So.
Chris said it was like once because once you figure out that initial audio thing, he goes, it came through.
I
clear.
know.
Like,
You should just tell him to text you next time if there was an issue. He said he took the back roads home just in case there was something broken on the truck. He didn't want to be going 70 miles an hour on the highway.
Yeah.
But he said everything's fine. So.
Okay.
I've gone off the road very gently
before,
and then that was a worry.
Is my alignment screwed up? Is my I don't know.
Well, I did it when there was a lot more snow, so I was worried about all the snow under the car. I ran into a snowbank one time because I couldn't stop, and you turn, but you don't really turn, and I had snow up inside the grill, and it was packed inside. Oh, it was horrible. Yeah, I went off slow motion, and I was I knew it was going to happen. You couldn't do anything about it. And you're going faster than what you think you're going.
Right. The comments though,
are they rude?
Very. Some are. Some aren't. Some are very appreciative. They're like, oh, thank you so much for hosting this. But most of them, it's very opinionated about things they were talking about. Of course.
I feel like we did talk about
masks a lot.
COVID.
I know. I was like, my God, is this the only thing?
And when someone said, "I'm not going to talk about COVID," everyone was like,
"Yay!" There are other issues too.
I don't think they got to the point of that question except the one.
Yep.
Rachel and I were just saying, Monica looks like crap.
Okay, is she here?
She is.
Okay,
she
I was wondering if she was.
I said, do you think we need to tell her to test?
She sounded very sick today.
And she
didn't test?
I don't know, but I asked. I don't know. I told her, I said, do we need to tell her to test?
She needs to just go.
She was at the Missouri Realtors. I know. And I was like, I don't have any free test. I don't have any tests right now, but mine haven't come yet.
My girlfriend needs a test.
Well, she's the one who asked me if I had a cold today.
I know.
I was like, well, don't ask me that, but please sit down. Yes. I left it. Was it coming from here? Yeah, I'm so glad. Yes.
Scott said you can still hear someone.
Yeah, I know.
Who is it?
Yeah.
No. It's after me. No. The only time I hear Lloyd when he's talking up his stuff. No. Everybody going to get started with mayoral viewer candidates. If you please take your seat at the table. See Mark. Supervision.
Am I close? Do you have us? Should we move it forward or?
I don't know, but
I think that should probably be fine. I'll do this.
I will get technical. You'll think, I can
do here. Okay. You may or may not check. We might have them try testing their mics before we go into everything. We might start testing their mics before we go into everything. Can you talk? Keep testing. Keep talking. Keep talking.
Yes. Hello. Yep.
Keep testing. Keep talking.
All right. So I leave mine muted until we have a problem, right?
Well, everybody got quiet. I don't know. Is it time to start? Is it close enough to 6:15?
Yep.
All right. Again, welcome to those of you who are here for this portion of the forum tonight, and we do appreciate the Columbia Board of Realtors for hosting this and doing traditionally what is called the first forum, the kickoff forum to the political season. Again, we are looking at an election on April the 5th. We just heard from school board members a moment ago, and now we're going to focus on the race for mayor of Columbia. And there are 5 who are candidates for that position. They are in front of you right now, and they are going to have 121 more forums between now and No, thank you, Barbara Buffalo. I don't think I'll do that, but I will say this, that it's kind of interesting to watch the evolution of the transformation over the many days and months. And sometimes I've had some candidates have told me in the past that they are so used to hearing each other's answers that they could give them themselves. And so I think that would be kind of a fun thing to do in the future, is to switch the nameplates and have your answers if you were one of the other candidates. I doubt if anybody will do that, though. It's way too important of a job for us to do that. It's a important responsibility that you all have said that you would like to do for the city of Columbia. So here's how we'll do it tonight. We'll start as we did in the previous session, and this is the format that they used with the Columbia Board of Realtors forums over the years. You'll have 2 minutes to introduce yourselves, and then we'll do questions and answers. I'll say to the audience, as I said a moment ago, we'll kind of get into the program. We will fairly soon, within, 25 or 30 minutes, ask if there are any questions from any of you on the floor. The microphone is in the center aisle. You just step up there and ask your question. And we'll go through taking turns. When we are in the question and answer portion, we'll do 90-second responses. And then if there's anything that we want to follow up on, we're going to time that with 30 seconds, although we're pretty flexible with that. And sometimes I think what we need to talk about is longer than just 30 seconds. And I appreciate the organizers of this event to give us the freedom to do that when we need to. So we'll start, and I'll just start in the order closest to me to farthest from me, and have our candidates start their 2-minute opening comments, and we'll start with David Seaman.
Thank you, David. Thank you for the Board of Realtors for having us tonight. Even to each of you who came out and braved this mid-Missouri day. It turned out to be a pretty decent day, actually. My name is David Seaman. When my family moved to Columbia in 2003, I was a sophomore in high school. I have to tell you, I didn't really understand the significance of Columbia, Missouri, or really know where Missouri was as a sophomore in high school. It's a shotgun. But in the last 19 years that I've been here, I've experienced both tragedy and triumph. I lost my father at 17, became a father myself a few months later, and then graduated from Rockbridge High School, all in that area. Finished Rockbridge, ended up graduating from Columbia College, and then I pursued a lifelong dream of joining my father and grandfather's Marines, joining the United States Marine Corps as a second lieutenant. And when that service ended, my wife and I couldn't think of any place else to go other than to come back home, because this is now my adopted home, Farnen, Missouri. And I now have the privilege of serving on our school board, and what is quite possibly one of the most difficult times of public education in the United States. as we begin to move forward in this city, it's kind of reuniting ourselves and looking at the issues that impact us all. I said before, I love this city, but you can love something and acknowledge its faults and its flaws. I know this because I think my wife utters that sentence every time I walk in a room. We have a housing crisis that's growing. We have had and continue to have a policing crisis in which we do not have enough police officers, and we have to also balance that with low confidence in the department among some in our community. It's going to take leaders who can plan both short term and long term. It's going to take leaders who can look through the lens for everyone, not just a few. It's going to take leaders who view the terms equity, inclusion, and diversity as more than just a 15-second soundbite of buzzwords or a misinterpreted Martin Luther King quote. I believe I am one of those leaders. I believe over the last 2 years on our school board, whether you agree with decisions I've made or not, I have showcased that mental determination to continue to make decisions for all of us. And that's why I'm sitting here. And I'm eager to join my other 4 candidates, I guess my colleagues at this point, and demonstrating to you why April 5th is just like the next mayor of Farnen. Thank you.
I should have said in our opening remarks that right up here at the front, she's got the timer on, and she'll give you the card that will say 30 seconds, and then eventually she'll show you to stop if you're still talking, and after that, if it's gone on long enough, she will shock you underneath your Randy Minshew, welcome. It's good to see you. Your opening comments, please.
Appreciate the Board of Realtors for hosting us tonight. I see a lot of familiar faces out here, people we've done business with over the years, and I'm excited to visit with y'all tonight. Cindy and I moved here in 1994. We raised our 4 kids. We raised my sister-in-law's 3 kids, so 7 kids graduated through Rockbridge. I don't know how we got that done, but we did. I've been a small business owner here. We had 2 ice cream stores, and I owned a company called Swiftco Windows, Doors, and More. So I'm either the ice cream man or the window siding guy. So my campaign is based on making Columbia safer and stronger. And so what does a safer, stronger Columbia look like? We must make Columbia safe. When families don't believe or feel like a community is safe, they choose to move out or never move in the first place. Recent data from the FBI shows that reported violent crimes in Columbia went from 94 in 2019 to 442 in 2020, increasing more than anywhere else in the state of Missouri. I believe we must stand alongside law enforcement, with City Hall showing them support rather than judgment, equipping them with the resources they need to make our community safe. If we want the best for our city, we must include an intentional focus on keeping our streets and our neighborhoods safe. We must make Columbia affordable. Columbia has one of the highest costs of living in Missouri. Our housing costs are higher, our taxes are higher, even popcorn in a movie costs more here. Over the years, new taxes have been proposed and advocated for, and Columbians are increasingly dissatisfied with the services being provided. Columbia hasn't had a business person as a mayor for the better part of 4 decades. I will use my years of experience in the private sector to bring more common sense to Columbia's finances. We must make Columbia work. Columbia has over 15 full-time city employees and a $500 million budget, and yet we don't do the little things well. We have potholes that never get filled, crumbling sidewalks, and a less than ideal trash and recycling collection process. We have an aging infrastructure that is limiting future development, and we're using patchwork solutions to pass the buck on to the next generation. I will focus every day as mayor on making Columbia work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tanya Heath, your opening statements. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tanya Heath, and I was born and raised in Columbia. And I joined the mayoral race because of a conversation I had this summer with a garbage collector. We were doing our third garage sale and he happened to come by and it was extremely hot. And we were talking about how that, they were 12 or 14 actually employed and it should be 28. And even the number 28 is shocking for the number of people in Columbia. And then I found out that unfortunately, because of the two-bag policy, that some people in Columbia were yelling at the garbage collectors as they picked up trash. And that upset me as a person of Columbia, because that to me does not represent the Columbia that I grew up with and the respect that we have towards one another. And so, as it is in Columbia, I sent a note to our neighborhood saying, please thank the garbage collector because it's 108 degrees and it's a really tough job. And we are so thankful that they're doing it. And then they sent it to a TV station and the TV station came to interview me. And they said, what do you think about the 12 out of 28? And I said, well, I think that we need to advertise it as a job for people that like the outdoors and that also have a sense of high purpose. Because believe it or not, garbage collection has to do with our health, it has to do with our safety. It's so important, and yet when they come through our neighborhoods with that loud truck, it's like, we are so used to them, but we don't take the time to say thank you. And then they asked about, what did I think about people yelling at our garbage collectors? And I said, we are the face of garbage collection. And we need to talk to our city leaders and we need to work with our city leaders. And then, just be supportive of the people actually doing this hard work because otherwise we're going to be doing this hard work, And after that, they left and I thought about it and I was like, I'm at a point in my life where I could be a city leader and I could work to brainstorm and communicate and figure out a way to make our basics run better. And so that is why I am running. My background is I was in advertising sales in the 90s. I have a wellness business, and I also am an adjunct instructor in the journalism school in strategic communication. And part of the other insight that I have is that the baby boomers are aging. I'm a Gen Xer, but I've been working with the millennials and the Gen Z, and I understand their desire to have a future, but I also see that they're frustrated. So I'd like to contribute to the solution and employees for our city.
Thank you. Margaret Buffalo, welcome, and your opening comments.
Thank you, David. And I think I join everybody in this room who said it's going to be weird when we turn into KFRU and we don't hear your voice. So
if you all had been listeners to KFRU, maybe I had a radio.
Well, no,
but thank you very much.
Yes, yes. So most of you know me. My name is Barbara Buffalo, and I'm running for mayor of Columbia. It has been my privilege to be in Columbia for over 20 years. My husband and I are raising our 2 kids here, and we love Columbia, and it's our forever home. Columbia is a special community, and it deserves a mayor that loves this community and is willing to do the work. I do not have any other political aspirations. I've often said that the only job I'm really meant to do is to be mayor and to lead this community. And it's gonna be work. We're in a period of transition right now. We're about to have a new mayor, new council members, we have a new city manager. There's been turnover in the city organization that we'll be leading, and we need somebody that has that institutional knowledge. I worked for the city for the past 11 years. I was a department director, and so I know how a budget works and what we can and cannot spend that money on. I also know where those opportunities for improvement are from looking at cities across the nation and in international waters as well. And we also need somebody that has the relationships within the community. And I am that mayor. I often talk about how I've led cross-departmental, cross-governmental, cross-community-wide committees on opportunities for improvement in our community and how we can listen to our partners and stakeholders that convene voices so we make the decisions that are right and progress for our community. And it's more than just experience. It's knowing who do we want to lead us and who has the vision for where we're going to be in 10, 20, 50 years. We need someone that has the energy and the experience to lead us there. and I am that neighbor. I've been part of these regional and national and international work groups. They're looking some of the best practices that other communities are doing, and how can we implement them here with the inspiration and the vision that we have in our community. And I think my experience in that and my experience in Columbia and elsewhere helped lead us to so that Columbia can have our vision where everyone has the opportunity to have a place to live, work, learn, and play. So, thanks.
All right, thank you.
Time. Sorry.
No extra points. Maria or Paulo, thank you for being here, and your opening comments, please.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. It's good to see you all. My name is Maria Orapollo. I moved to Columbia in 2005 with my husband and my 2 older children. My background is having lived on the East Coast, in Massachusetts, and in Virginia. And in both of those states, I have worked for 5 municipalities, mostly as a public information officer for the CDBG program, for the tax assessor's office, for recycling, for solid waste, for neighborhood services. I've had a background. My husband worked for 22 years as the affordable housing manager, development manager, for Fairfax County, Virginia, a community of 1 million people, 330,000 homes. When we first came to Columbia, of course, government is what we know. We jumped into volunteering, and the first thing we did was met John Clark, who yelled at me and told me that he didn't care that I came from Virginia, that we do things differently in Missouri. So he and I actually became friends because we worked at learning what was it that he wanted to see in Columbia and what I could bring to Columbia. In 2007, we had tragedy in our family. We became the guardians of my very premature granddaughter, who was born at 26 weeks. Her dad served and is still serving in the U.S. Navy. We come from a military background, so there was never any question of where this child was going to be raised. So we have had 9 years in the public school system in Columbia, and it's wonderful. We started to fall in love with the city. My husband became a commissioner on the Water and Light Board. I became a member of the Finance and Audit Committee in 2014. I'm still serving on that committee, and I've been serving as chair since 2016. What I'd like to say about my experience is I know where the money is. I know how it works. I know how it's reported. The other thing I did as a volunteer in Columbia is I started Transparency Matters Political Action Committee. It is now defunct, it is gone, but it was about asking the city to be transparent in its actions. What does transparency mean in government? It means you, the public, know what happens, when it happens, as soon as you can. It means we work collaboratively with the people who have the information, and we work with experts. Finally, issues that I brought forward, I worked with Reverend Gray, I guess he left, and as the Boone County Community Against Violence. And through that organization, we brought in 2 initiatives that have passed City Council. One was the co-responders to help police become guardians and instead of warriors when necessary. And the other was crime prevention through environmental design, was passed by City Council in 2019. I'm very proud of these accomplishments. I work in government because I know the basis that government provides to all its citizens. Whether you're living in a $1 million home or you're living on the streets, you are a citizen. We have to have solutions. And I believe I'm the person that can bring that experience to this.
All right, thank you. I'll probably cough. When you hear me cough, that might be a signal you might look at these things. We will start now solving the problems. And this issue has already been brought up, but it's one of the questions from, and what I am handed is from the Columbia Board of Realtors, some of the questions that they have on their mind. So I like to use those as well as my own. And then, as I said, we'll take some from the crowd. Let's start with this one. since it's a simple one. What's your opinion of the current trash and recycling service in the city? And we'll start with Randy Minshew on this one.
I believe David Sorrell, our director of solid waste, knows how to fix this issue. I think he's being interrupted from doing the job he knows he needs to do. I think there's evidence of 4 work sessions by the current city council trying to solve the trash issue. My opinion would be that David Sorrell should give his plan to the city manager, and the city manager would then come to city council and the mayor and present that. I personally think that the logo bag program does not work. I envision every day that trash is picked up, someone walks out to their curb with a trash bag that breaks and gets mad at city council. And so I think you could stand down from the current bag mandate, allow any 33-gallon bag to be picked up right now until the quality of the bag could be improved, until the supply of the bags could be adequate. I think we're headed towards maybe a hybrid answer to the roll cart issue. I think there are locations in Columbia where roll carts will not work. I think there's situations where it will not work. I've spoken to 2 large waste companies who told me that in your request for proposal as a city council, you would list the homes where it wouldn't work with a roll cart. And they said that's what happens in any other town that has roll cart. I believe that's where we're headed, but in the meantime, I think we need to stand down from our logoed bag mandate.
All right, thank you. And he did what I was going to ask all of you to do, and that is you can spend up to 90 seconds or so of your time to answer the question, what's your opinion of the current trash and recycling service? And then I was going to ask the follow-up with, which he answered, and that would, how would you change the current system, or what would you do with the current system? So Tanya Heath, you spoke of the solid waste collection quite a bit in your opening comment. Let's go from there. What is your opinion of what we see now? I know what your opinion is about our appreciation for what the persons are who do that job. Let's move beyond that.
Yes. Okay. So from what I understand, I believe that there's a confusion as to why we are limited to 2 bags. A possibility is that for the amount of employees we have, some people maybe in the past put out 10 bags. Well, if you're doing a whole city, you can't wear your employees out. That could be a reason why, but I don't think the reason is communicated to the general public in a way that we understand it. And I believe that we need to do a better job of advertising, because I do believe that we could have people that are looking for a purpose and like to work outdoors. And if they would come together with this job and see it not as just the end job, but see it as a starter job, that they can earn a reputation and then move up to more responsible jobs. I believe that if we're not gonna bag our leaves anymore, that we should buy a leaf crunching machine that they have in other cities and put it on the street, and they come by and they crunch it up, and that's great for the environment. And then with the 2-bag system, we also have issues with birthdays, Thanksgiving trash, and winter trash. And so we really need to think about what is gonna work for our town, and not only for our town now, but the fact that it keeps growing. And I don't think we're keeping up with the population growth and our basic need for garbage collection. So we need to address it.
I'll give the follow-up. If you want to clarify exactly, what would you do? What would you do? Having no limit on the bags, or using the logoed bags, or how would you deal with it right now?
Well, I believe I would have some sort of exemption bag for the extra, holidays and birthdays and Thanksgiving. Because I do think if it is an employee issue, as far as not wearing out our current employees, then we do have to consider the 2-bag policy as something that is reasonable until we get more employees.
Have a position on roll carts?
I've listened to both sides, and I see the pros and the cons and the dangers of a roll cart just rolling down the street, but I also see that it's better for the, trucks and stuff like that. So, I mean, I would not be opposed to having a rule of new neighborhoods that are built so that roll carts can't roll dangerously in the street.
Barbara Buffalo, what's your opinion of the current trash and recycling service in the city?
Man, I feel like I've talked about trash for a while. Current system, I believe that solid waste is trying to do the best with the rules that they're given to them. Right now, they're trying to accomplish achieving the same level of service that the community expects from them, with less resources, both in workers as well as the money to do the job, as well as being able to find the best practices. We have professionals on staff that propose what they think would work for the community, and it's up to council to take what they hear, listen to our feedback from the community, and have a system that works that's like fiduciary responsible. So
Okay,
that's how I feel
the
about
follow-up is, what would you change, if anything? What would you like to see done if you could make that decision?
Yeah, so in 2015, when we were talking about this, after probably I think 4 or 5 years of talking about this, a report went to council that had the options that was out there. And in them had a hybrid, similar to what you referred to, Randy. This idea about it might not work everywhere in the community, but you can look at this opportunity for having different size roll carts if you have them. Some communities, some streets that can't have them, what would be your opportunity then? So I think a hybrid system where you have that, it would reduce your workers' comp, where we have on average over $350,000 in workman's comp. It would help with employee turnover because people wouldn't be getting hurt as much. And you would have opportunity for people that they didn't have to have a CDL, they could also do the throwing for some of those hybrid ones. And I think it also just has better customer satisfaction. Because right now, people get really happy when they put their trash out at the curb and it goes away. And that is what we want now, and we want those opportunities for recycling back in our routes.
Maria or Apollo, your thought on the question about trash?
We love talking about trash in our neighborhood. I agree with Randy. Yes, the short-term solution right now is to not insist on the logo bags. But let's understand where all this came from first. Each truck route is 800 homes. We have 44,000 homes in Columbia. Okay, well, homes in Columbia. The workers went to their supervisors and said, this unlimited bulk pickup, unscheduled bulk pickup, somebody moves out, puts all of their stuff on the street, and they show up and they're picking up couches, file cabinets, bookcases. When they arrived thinking they were going to pick up 2, 3, maybe even 4 bags of household trash versus having to pick up unscheduled bulk. That was the first thing they asked for relief from that. The second thing they asked for was to limit the bags to 50 pounds because we're looking at stopping at 800 homes getting 1, 2, or 3 bags. Okay? That was what the problem was. I keep inviting people to the Finance and Audit Committee. Do you know why? Because we're the ones that are hearing from the Solid Waste Department. They're reporting to us because there was no oversight committee in the city for solid waste. So we've been hearing them. We've been looking at their forecasts. We've been looking at how their problems are affecting their budget and how their problems are affecting their work, if they're able to, if they're being effective, efficient, and economic, which right now they're not. As for roll carts, when I worked for Fairfax, Virginia, we put in roll carts. Columbia is a beautiful little town, but you're not unique. Every municipality who has had roll carts have had at least 3 sizes of roll carts and exceptions to people who can't use the roll carts for whatever reason. There are programs in place to deal with them. I believe in the roll carts. It's public safety. It's employee safety.
David Seaman, your answer to the question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll be a little loud. So I think it's been touched on a couple times here, which is the reason that we have the 2 bag solution at the moment, because asking sanitation workers to pick up, as Maria said, multiple 50-pound bags caused a lot of injuries. And resulted in both injuries and workers' comp claims from them. That's why we have that 2-bag solution. I do agree with the rest of the candidates that we do need kind of a hybrid solution. In the short term, allowing more bags to be used. As a former logistics officer, the supply chain on how we're doing these bags makes me cringe on the inside. Getting the voucher in the mail and then going to a store and trying to find them, just searching. 3 kids at home is tough. It's almost impossible. So in the short term, allowing those bags to be any number of bags we put out. In the medium to long term, we do need roll carts. Different size roll carts with accommodations for the disabled, senior citizens, and like Brandon said, areas around the city where roll carts are not going to be used. And I'll give you an example. I'm from Columbia, South Carolina. Charleston, South Carolina is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. Nice, historic area. Their historical preservation department refused to allow people to raise their homes because they thought that raising the houses that were flooded would make the city less beautiful. That city allowed roll calls.
Do any of you want to make any final comment on this, Randy?
So one thing to consider, the 2 companies that I talked to both said that they would purchase all our equipment, hire all of our people if we wanted to consider outsourcing. And 5 years ago, Republic offered us $25 million for our trash, for our dump site. So I think that's something to think about. And then the second thing is we don't really have a 2-bag limit. You can put out as many bags as you want, but when you go through your 102 bags, 104 bags, 52 of them per half year, you have to pay $10 for a roll of 5, so it's $2 a bag. So you could put out 20 bags if you need to, and the city will pick those up. So it's not really, it's a rationed idea that you get 2 a week, but if you use more, you just pay for more. And there you go.
Anyone else on the issue? Yeah, go ahead.
Randy and I have talked about this. The $25 million for the landfill is a drop in the bucket for what that landfill is worth to us as a city. I get it. I understand. Can we manage it? I think we can. I think we need good policy. I think we need good basics. My campaign is about getting the basics right. Of the landfill and the trash collection and the MRF, the recycling facility. It's a treasure. Selling even just the landfill for $25 million, I believe would have been short-sighted on part of the city. But Randy's right. It's a valuable commodity.
And the other 3 that haven't made a comment want to before we go on, Tanya?
I still think that we should have extra bags, maybe they would be red bags or something, for birthdays, winter holidays, and Thanksgiving.
All right. Anybody else? Going once? Twice. Done. All right, we're going to start with Tanya Heath on this one because it's her turn and we try to vary who is first to answer questions. Another one from the Board of Realtors, which is a good question, a pertinent question. What role should the city play in aiding those dealing with home insecurity?
Okay, so home insecurity. That would be a good question because I think as I look at the cost of apartments for young people or people that are living in apartments and then homes and compare it to when I was in college and a young single person, it is really challenging to find a safe place. And I know that the students at MU were struggling because during the pandemic, they might be the only healthy one. And so they were asked to work like 3 shifts and they were also supposed to be in class. And they couldn't say no to their boss because they couldn't lose their job because they were paying for their rent. And the rent is so high that I just think that it's great that we're a successful city, but we don't want to be like Boulder where they have crazy rent and people that are in emerging incomes or young people can't really afford to live there. So I think we need to figure something out where we've got an area of the city that has safe and nice areas where people can live and feel safe and be a part of our community because we need people at all income levels.
Barbara Buffalo, your thoughts about the role the city should play in dealing with home insecurity?
So I think it's first important, the city as a role, we have some funding programs, like through CDBG and our home funding programs, that both help with some like affordable housing, both development of, as well as programs that support it. But I think the other thing that the city does really well is that we're the main communicator that helps get the information out there about some of our community partners. And housing is a spectrum, right? We have everything from our unsheltered housing all the way to workforce housing and affordable housing. And so if you think about it, the role of the city is both to make sure that we have that spectrum available to our community members. We're about to get some of the American Rescue Funds into Columbia. And the question is back on council right now is what can we do to provide both emergency shelter for those like having issues right now with finding affordable housing, as well as what can we do to help development and get those funds out there. I know it's like you haven't put your thumb on time. Now, housing, when we talk about more things that the city can do, you know, I know through Water and Light, we own our electric utility. I'm gonna follow you.
30
Oh,
seconds.
no, 30 seconds. We have our electric utility. One of the things that we worked on when I was with the city was getting programs out there for helping improve energy efficiency in rental housing. So we gave money out to property owners to put insulation into attics. Because when we talk about housing instability, sometimes it's just the cost of housing. So housing insecurity or housing cost burden, the ability to afford your rent, your utilities, your transportation, and what can we do with some of the granting programs we have to give money out?
Maria or Apollo?
I
Or
was,
Apollo, excuse me.
or Apollo. Who to judge books? I loved the question in the way it was formed when I received the email. Rather than talking about a specific population or a specific spectrum of our housing insecurity. Because housing insecurity is happening in all of our neighborhoods. The person who's retired and ready to move on to a smaller downsizing or want to live with their children, and they have to get contractors in to work on their home that they haven't upgraded in 20 years. The stress, the financial impact that has on someone causes them to have housing insecurity issues. I'm going to start with the homeless. I'm working with a group of people, and it's heartbreaking what we're seeing out there. We're feeding 65 people a day. These are people who won't go into the shelters. They're living in the streets. All the way up to people who have homes, and I know the realtors know this, they want to sell, but to get out of it, they're going to have to ask a lot of money for it. And the buyers are coming into town, but I'm not sure we can sell those big dollar homes. But so again, housing insecurity runs the whole spectrum. Here's where I see the problem. We have a lot of plans on the shelf. The city is notorious for doing studies and studies. It's like, I counted just this afternoon 6 housing studies in the past 10 years. Every one of them has great ideas in them. The majority of them start with, we need to change our ordinances. We need to level the playing fields for developers. We need to help create neighborhoods in ways where people want to live. We need to look at the ordinances. We need to get the basics right.
Okay, David Seaman?
So I'm really glad that Maria touched on that last part. We have a number of plans that are already on the shelf on how we can solve this. The problem is that we run into the issue that we always have. We have the willingness to try, we lack the will to follow through. And that will to follow through is typically based on politics. So we've come up with these mayor's task force on affordability and housing security multiple times. But we come up with, we ask those task force to come up with a list of recommendations. And as you go through those 10 recommendations, there's only a few that people in this city feel are politically okay. Problem is, you need all 10 to actually get something done. So calling for another task force and simply saying, don't give me a list, don't give me a buffet list, give me an entire plan that encompasses all of the things that we've already talked about, and then we can talk about that single plan, not single issues. We also talked about, I'm very happy to talk about this, there's a spectrum of housing. You have the unhoused, you have folks who are renting, you have folks who own homes. The unhoused, talking about using our ARPA funds to build a permanent shelter so they can get back on their feet. The one thing that we forget is you can't get a job without an address. And if I'm asking you to come to a shelter, a one-off shelter every once in a while, that's not a permanent address. For our renters, talk about rental assistance. Almost the same thing for our folks who own a house and are paying for a mortgage. We're talking about timber prices going up. That's a climate change issue. Burning through, watching wildfires throughout the West Coast, burn down timber. And that's not gonna stop for a while. So, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting the flashing red light.
Appreciate that. Maybe we can come back to some of these a little bit. Randy Minshew?
Well, housing insecurity is described as where your rent costs 30% of your income. So if you bring home $1,000 a week and rent is $1,000, you're at 25%, you wouldn't be considered housing insecure. Where if you bring home $600-700 a week and your rent is $1,000 a month, you're above that 30%. So housing insecurity happens at a bunch of different levels. Now, once you get up past a certain level, you're making enough, if you make $500,000 a year, you can afford more than 25-30%. So housing insecurity at that level wouldn't be the same. So anything above that 30%, then it's still considered housing insecurity. There's a group of people, once you get down to a certain point, where there's an army of folks here in Columbia, because we have great programs with Love Columbia, Salvation Army. There are what Maria does that work with people at a certain level. It's the working folks who are in that range where they can't afford it. And Columbia, right now, the starter homes are the used homes. There's no used homes because we limit the amount of development that we can do. And so you can't get new homes started. It takes several years to get a development started. People move from their first house to their second house to a new neighborhood, buy a new home. That makes rental property available. We have less than a month's supply. The average is 6 months supply of housing. We have less than a month. We're creating a shortage, which causes the price to go up. It's supply and demand.
I will look, I know we have a lot of realtors here. If anybody wants to ask a follow-up question about housing insecurity, I'm kind of not sure whether I have a follow-up question on this or not, but anybody who wants to ask that question, or I can ask a related question that also comes from the Board of Realtors. And this is picking up where Randy Minshew just left off. We've been talking about a solution to affordable housing, and that's what he was talking about for a long time. We're dealing with home shortage in all price range. How would you create additional housing in Columbia, and what can we do to add affordable housing? Barbara Buffalo, it's your turn to go first.
Thank you, David. Yeah, so I think one of the things that I remember when we were talking about this, first off, just like I said, the spectrum of having this opportunity. And I appreciate, Randy, when you refer to, if we're having some, for instance, I think I saw the reference the other day, two teachers working together, have two teachers living in the same house. The house they used to be able to afford is now no longer available to them. That inventory is out. And I think on the latest that I saw from the Columbia Board of Realtors, our inventory is super low, but yet prices are still high. Existing homes are selling at higher prices than new homes, which is just something that we've never seen before. And I think when we talk about where we're going to put our homes and where affordable homes go, the city has an opportunity to incentivize intentional infill. And that's where, because what rises costs, and I've talked to some home builders here in town, what adds to a lot of the cost is that when you're developing a new home, is access to the utilities, getting a sewer line put in if there's not already one there, having utilities go to it. And so we have opportunities within Columbia where we can do intentional infill. And so that's thinking about places where we can have a little bit more mixed use density, where we can go up and have more multifamily housing, and then to create more neighborhoods, still maintaining your community character, but thinking about how do we create community, create neighborhoods by doing some of that, which will bring down the cost because you already have existing infrastructure.
Maria?
These are all great ideas. And you know what I want to say is I want to sit down with the real estate people. I want to sit down with the developers, because across the country, cities smaller than us and bigger than us have been dealing with the issue of affordability. One of the plans that's on our shelf is the Fair Housing Task Force report from 2019. They were addressing issue of affordability. But every one of their recommendations, as David said, all 10 of them, affect every level of housing cost. Again, we have the plans on the shelf. We need the experts to come to the table to discuss, to hash out, and to show us, being city leaders, where the fault lines are. Where do we fill in so that something can happen? Where do we put our zoning regulations? Can we be as crazy as one community in Virginia that's getting rid of R1 zoning? Because they're finding that affordability is accessed that way. Or how about Toronto, whose housing prices were so out of control, they passed a law for alleyway housing. So people were able to build houses on the alleyway, sharing the lot, sharing the infrastructure, infill, as Barbara mentioned. There are solutions out there. And I know almost everyone in this room has an idea. Why aren't we talking about this comprehensively? That's my question.
Okay, David Seaman?
So there are a number of solutions here. We can change our zoning ordinances. We can go in and lower the fees for new housing developments, lowering them in a way that does not impact the long-term viability of those homes. Because what we don't want to do is end up lowering fees, allowing builders to make shortcuts, and then we have folks in homes that are just not viable after 5 to 10 years. I talked to Randy Cole a couple weeks ago, and he gave me a very impressive stat. So in 1960, there were about 60,000 people in Columbia, but 715 affordable housing units. Today, we have almost 130,000 people in the city. We only have about 750 plus housing units. And in the last 60 or so years, we've added about 40 affordable housing units. And Bob touched on a great point there, and it is talking about density, furthering the density within our city, multifamily units that folks in most neighborhoods can actually get behind. I talked about in the last topic. We have the willingness to actually do this, but we tend to lack the will. It tends to be, I think that's a great idea until you put it in my backyard. That has to be something that we talk about. Because until we figure that out, all this is just theoretical. The houses have to go somewhere. Those housing developments have to be placed in someone's neighborhood. Until we have that conversation about the political will, it's not going to happen.
Randy Menchu.
So, I've always lived by the code that if the government knocks on your door and says, we're here to help, you should run. So when I hear us talking about what the government could do to restrict us into more housing or cheaper housing, it never works. It never works. It's never gonna work. We've got the mayor's climate action plan talks about limiting urban sprawl, which means if you do like Ann Arbor, Michigan did, you draw a circle around your town, you can't develop outside of that. The cost of a 3-bedroom home in Ann Arbor, Michigan is $550,000. And that's what happens when you try to limit what the folks in this room would do. If we would get out of the way, we put the UDC code in place, we did all of the comprehensive look, testing, talking, we had realtors, I know people in this room that worked on the UDC code. We put that into place so that the city council could kind of get out of the way. Now we have this UDC code, we have planning and zoning, and the city council still votes on just about everything we have to do with development. We're never going to restrict ourselves into more housing, and we're never going to get the price of housing down if we don't increase the inventory. It's a real simple solution, really.
We have one more on this particular question. Tanya Heath.
All right, so I would say that part of the whole housing issue is that we need to look at our older houses in Columbia. And I would say that faith and other nonprofit organizations could send people to go and help, do repairs and paint and make the house look great for the people that are living there. And some of the people in those houses have, elderly people that need like a handicap ramp and things like that. And I just think that we can help our neighbor to create better quality of the houses that we have. And then we also can do trainings on how to keep what we have going better. The other part is that we need to look at the future of who's going to be owning these houses. And right now, I know that, you have to be a single owner or a family and things like that. Well, what about if we had a new neighborhood and it was known that in that new neighborhood that we had either different families or different people of different ages all living there, but they had to follow the code of conduct for keeping the house in good order so that it wasn't just, destroyed and stuff in a few years of living there. I know that that is a different kind of thought, but if you look at the young people that are coming up, they're getting married later and they're not able to build equity because they can't afford houses right now. Thank you.
Anybody else with a follow-up on this particular answer or thought in regard to this?
Stephen, I have a follow-up.
Okay.
It was just something that Randy said, and I agree that right now with the urban services boundary, urban services area, the way it's been interpreted is this idea of like I imagine like a castle wall, and you can't go beyond it. And I remember when it was being developed, the intent was not so that it would be something that council could, and they should not, say, no, you can't do. The intent was to incentivize, just what I talked about, incentivize infill development, because we already have infrastructure there, which makes it cheaper to build. And then also, so I think if it's the sort of programs we need to look at that, but I think it is up, and I agree with Randy, it's up to council
Yeah, but it says limit urban sprawl. It doesn't say incentivize vertical.
I'm talking about
housing.
urban services boundary, like when the zoning comes in, yeah.
Yeah.
I have okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Everything that's been said is great here. That's why I keep saying we need to sit down. The city has an opportunity to fix its ordinances and to make sure things aren't in conflict. One of the problems that I've been seeing at city council in the past 2 years is the UDC, as good as it is and as thorough as it is, there are still conflicts in there. People are still running into problems when they're bringing in developing plans. So it's not a perfect solution. There's another thing called the FLUM, which is the future land use map. That needs to be updated. It involves looking at not only the boundary of the cities, but just outside of the boundary of our cities. There's a lot of stuff happening nationally. There's a lot of stuff happening north of town. There's a lot of stuff. We can't keep looking at the city of Columbia with only within our boundaries. We have to look at beyond our borders to see what's happening, to find out what's possible. And there we have the tools. Let's use them.
I don't mean this to be a follow-up, a formal follow-up question. It's more of an education for me, and I apologize, I don't know. But David, you and Maria, you both referred to like the Fair Housing Task Force report, and there are 10 suggestions on that. I would just like to hear one or two of them. I'm not asking you to advocate them. I'm just saying that I am illiterate when it comes to this. Do you have an example of one or two?
Yeah, I do. I brought those. Well, actually, it's about 3 pages of whereases.
Probably wouldn't like to hear all of those.
I know.
Just give me an example.
Increasing the cost to develop affordable housing is widening the gap between what the market can feasibly produce to meet our growing demand for more affordability. And it's asking the city to address that specific issue.
Right.
There are things like that. Another one, which is one that I've seen work very well in other locations, is develop a housing trust fund. You allow higher density by paying into this housing trust fund, allowing the city to buy land to develop housing.
We're doing some of that, are we not?
We don't have a housing trust fund, not officially. We do not have a housing trust fund.
I think there are some places where we're buying land and
Yeah, we are, but it's not through this mechanism of allowing increased density by getting funding into the housing trust fund.
All right. Let's move on. I'm going to change the subject here. It's a pretty simple question that'll lead us into a bigger discussion. Maria or Apollo, you are first on this question. midnight Saturday night. You feel safe being downtown Columbia?
I do because I know the people, but that's just me. I'm nuts like that. I'll go downtown. I have been hearing a lot about the crime increase, and we've had specific crimes that have gone up, and I think tragically we've lost friends, and friends have lost children as a result of this. I'm not convinced because I've not been shown the figures. We hear city leaders, I'm namely chief of police, says we have an increase in crime, but we still only have 14 cops out on the road. I want to know how they're being deployed. I want to know if cops are being asked to do things that maybe can be done by a co-responder and maybe be able to work investigations a little bit more. I'm not convinced. I haven't seen the numbers. And I think before any city council person puts their name to a check, they need to have a data-driven response to this. And I'm not clear that we have that. I think we as a community, media, have scared ourselves into thinking we suddenly have a major crime wave in the city.
David Seaman, midnight Saturday night, safe downtown?
Midnight Saturday night, I'm gonna be at home sleeping with my kids. So downtown. I'm not that young anymore. So Randy brought up a good stat. He said from 2019 to 2022 or 2020, we saw an increase from 94 violent crimes to 442 violent crimes. What actually happened was over the last few years, and to get quick information, I'm going to answer a little bit of your question. What's been happening over the last few years is the FBI has been transitioning from one system to another. It was the Uniform Crime Reporting System to now the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or NIBRS. We all love government acronyms. That system took place and transferred over in October of 2019. So that 94 violent crimes is actually only consisting of October, November, and December of that last year. What the actual crime reporting stats are is that we did have 442 violent crimes that next year. What we have averaged since 2000 in Columbia is an average of 503 violent crimes a year. That 442 is actually a drop. In 2020, we saw 552 violent crimes. So I just want to give some context to those stats because I read the same thing in the Tribune and I was a little confused on why it went from 94 to 442. It seemed like it was consistent. As to being out in downtown at midnight, I'm not going to be there, one. But this isn't just about downtown, and we keep talking about downtown. These crimes are taking place across the city, and they typically take place in areas where folks who, be real here, look like me. We don't talk about those because they don't take place in an area where people feel like they're threatened most of the time. You say downtown, people go, "Oh man, that's bad happening. I don't want to be down there." Talk about some of these other parts of the city that people don't typically go to. It's pretty quiet. Very made a good point. There's only 14 police officers out in the street at any point in time. Right now, there's 14 officers patrolling all over Columbia. We need to add to that number. But before we add to that number, we need to ensure that things like our traffic disparity stops goes down. Because if 10% of the population looks like me, but we're being pulled over 30% of the time, that's a problem. And if we haven't solved that issue yet, it's going to be pretty hard to get the public on board with hiring more police officers.
Randy Minshew, you know the question?
Yeah, so, it's interesting about the stats that David gave. Jeff City went down in that same crime report, so given all of those factors, Jeff City went down. So, my belief is that city council and the mayor are meddling with the police department. That's just my thought. I think Chief Jones knows what to do. I think if Chief Jones doesn't know what to do, Chief Jones knows who to ask. I don't think Chief Jones had ever asked the city council or the mayor what he should do to police our city. Nor should he, because we're getting elected to serve. I didn't fill out a resume that said anything about what I know about policing. I don't feel safe going downtown. I think we need to talk about cameras downtown. I know we've solved a lot of crimes by having cameras in the parking garages downtown. It's an interesting stat when you talk about the stops and the number of people or the percentage of people that are stopped. Because if you take the whole city, that stat looks wrong. If you take the areas where the crime is, that statistic is not the same as what David said. I'm not arguing with David about whether or not, a black person feels afraid to be stopped. I'm not arguing about any of that. My grandkids are black. My son-in-law is black. I've talked to many, many times about this. But I don't think this is an issue that city council or the mayor can solve. I think we need to have our police chief. And then the other problem with, and I know I'm supposed to stop here, the other problem with the hiring problem, they just came in front of city council. We were there last week. The police just came in front of city council. They have a contract, but it doesn't include a cost of living increase every year. So right now, the police don't know if they're going to cost a living increase. We've had 5 police officers quit this year, move on, take better jobs. We're down 5 just this year. So we need to give them a good contract. We need to pay them commensurate with the work that they do. They're below the average of any city our size. We've got to get that in line.
Okay, Tom, you need?
All right, so I would say that when I was at MU, we always, had a friend looking out for us, and there was more awareness of safety just talked about. And whether that was stopping drinking after 2 or 3 drinks, or it was making sure that you had a friend that you went with and you walked together to your car. I think that there needs to be an advertising campaign as far as just how to be safe when you're out. Because I believe that it's a combined effort. The police can have a police presence. They can deal with things once things happen. But I believe that the bar and restaurant owners can also do things with lighting and with cameras and with bouncers and with just having a real presence as far as like, hey, we have expectations for everyone's behavior here. And that's also cutting people off so that they don't get out of hand in a downtown late night situation. I also believe that people have a personal responsibility as far as not leaving things in their car that create opportunities for crime. And then as far as the shootings are concerned, I agree that, statistically, we need to look at what the actual statistics are, but I also know that when I was a Mizzou student, we didn't have shootings downtown. And so I think that it has really psyched out the community, and I believe that we do need to say, look, we are going to be a safe community. It takes all of us, and we need to put everything out there to make sure that we're safe and looking after each other. I created a meditation and prayer interfaith walk that we did November 21st after the 2 shootings, and I just believe we all need to do our part to make it safe. Thank you.
Barbara Buffalo, you're last on this question on are you safe downtown at midnight in your opinion?
Yeah, well, first off, I'm not literally with David, but I'm with David now. I'm probably at home on
Probably not
Saturday.
gonna be there.
But if you had said like Monday at midnight, then will the council just get out? I hope so before then. But I was gonna say, there's 2 issues here. So when I talk to those downtown, like the beat officers that are walking downtown that work down there and do the CID office there, a lot of times if there's an issue, it started elsewhere and it came to downtown. So, because at first I thought, well, is this just bars closing? Because we did this, we talked about environmental design, but safety by environmental design. We did this walk at 1 o'clock in the morning one time, where we went and saw what does it look like downtown when bars close. And it gets a little chaotic, right? There were Hit Street, Hits University. There were 3 bars letting out at the same time. And it was just very dense. And I could see where there would be incidents, especially if people have maybe not been making the best personal choices this time you refers to. And so then we talked about the city having more street lights, having lights that came on brighter to help make the space feel safer as well. And so I think we're talking about multiple things here. One, we're talking about that perception of what we read on these statistics. And if it's just across the community, not just downtown. I think that's something to know of. But also, how are the business owners downtown working together? And when we were doing those walks, people were coming together from banks, from bars, from restaurants, from offices, and talking about what they can do to help entertain and educate their community on being safe downtown, and then talking about it in their friends back home. Because if I just read about it, I might not actually be getting the whole story, and so I'm just believing what I read on the headline, and maybe it's not true.
All right. Any questions right now from anybody in the audience that they want to ask? I'm going to ask, okay, ma'am.
As we talk about public safety, I also think about mental health. And so right now, after 5 p.m., if a law enforcement officer responds to a 911 call, they really have two solid choices. Choice number one being that individual gets transported to the hospital. There's an exorbitant wait time as that person clears the ER, those types of things, or the individual to go to jail. As our mayor and former city manager put forward some funds for ARPA for a behavioral crisis center, I would just like to ask the group their support for 24/7 behavioral crisis center in Columbia.
Okay, thank you. I don't know whether to let you discover who he is after you answer the
I'm
question.
sorry. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Matt Gass. I'm the president of Rural Behavioral.
The only reason I did that is because at the school board forum, when he asked the question, it was really good answers, but then he came back and said who he was, and some people were, oh, I wish I'd known that before I gave the answer. So I'm just making sure disclosure.
No attempt to hide me.
And he's not trying to trick anybody. David Seaman, we'll start with you on this, please.
Absolutely, Matt. Keeping those folks out of the criminal justice system and getting the help that they need is a must. So absolutely.
So you would, again, you would say advocate for a 24-hour service, which has been in the conversation for some time. Randy Mitchell?
So as past president of the board for Phoenix programs, I'm working on the committee with Aura Borough to get the crisis center in. So we've located a piece of property that we think we can put it on. This will keep police officers out on the street. This is a great program. They've done it down in Springfield. We went down and toured that. So Earl and Matt for championing this.
Tanya Heath?
Not knowing all the details about that, I am wondering, instead of one building, if there are properties around Columbia that we could repurpose into multiple Burrell places, because I just think that this is a crisis now, but in 50 years, who knows, we could solve it and stuff like that. And so I'd like to use existing stuff so that we could put more money into the actual salaries of people rather than the buildings. But I support you.
Barbara Buffalo?
Yes, so obviously I'm very supportive of a 24/7 behavioral access center. I think one of the things, our crisis center, one of the things that I was really interested to hear was the statistic that I can't remember if that was you or CJ or Chief Jones. Someone said that when they're responding, when the police officer is responding to someone having a mental health crisis, it often takes them an officer, sometimes it's two officers, 2 to 4 hours processing this person to get them through like any PC or any psychiatric center. And then from there, if you think about that person might go back on the street because they don't have a social support network, whether or not it's a 96-hour hold or a 21-day hold. That person goes out without a support structure, and maybe they're not actually from here. They can't get home or can't get the services they need. With a 24/7 crisis center, we have the opportunity where a police officer takes like 15 minutes for them to process and get them, and then they can be seen by the people with the skill set to know where that person needs to go. And then from there, get the additional social services that they need to be successful, whether or not it's to go back home to Sedalia, if that's where they came from, or within Columbia, or whatever it is that they need. So very supportive and really encouraged with the Springfield Center to see that as a model and to hear the police chief from there talk about that.
Maria or Apollo?
Burrell in Springfield. My sister is a psychologist and comes from Massachusetts to your trainings and your conferences there on trans health. And again, crime, mental health issues, all involved. So yes, I've always been a supporter. In 2018, a group of citizens came together and we discussed another plan on the shelf, which was a co-responder. And I was able to give the results from the city of Denver, where they tracked calls coming into 911 that dealt with mental health crisis, not crime, but a mental health crisis. Out of 1,700 calls, with a co-responder going with the police, they only arrested 79 people out of 1,700. We have a co-responder program here. We haven't funded it well enough to be able to hire the 6 or 7 social workers that we need to do this. As far as the 24/7 crisis center, I hope we can work together and have those two programs come together. So we're less picking up people and taking them to jail and more intervening before anything serious is going to happen, but have a place to go. So as far as using the ARPA funds, that's a story for another day.
Another question?
Yes, I'm Richard Walls. I'm the owner of the How to Progress Restaurant, past president of Missouri State Restaurant Association. I am out at midnight. I am out late. I'm all for all the mental health stuff. I think it's great in helping the officers do their job. I'm more concerned about getting shot. Plain and simple. My nephew murdered in Kansas City, closing time. He did nothing wrong, just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, I can handle a fight or mental health or something, but what are we going to do to prevent gun violence? I'm talking about some of the things that have been happening. I'm friends with some of the other bar owners. I'm friends with a lot of the other bar owners. And I want to hear, like, we are not going to tolerate this in our city. And I think that's the mental health. Yes, it has to be addressed. I agree. Everything we can do to prevent violent crime has to be done. But at the end of the night, I mean, when I leave sometimes, I will avoid certain spots and go other ways to not drive through police. And I'm not saying, I support the police, but I see flashing lights down the street or, oh, there's another alert. There was a shooting at such and such. So you kind of become numb to it a little bit. We had it happen outside Boone Tavern. I hear pop, pop, pop. I'm like, it's gunshots. And I'm not like, oh my gosh, I'm freaked out. I'm just like, that's an issue. That's a problem. There shouldn't be people shooting guns at each other. And I think our city needs to take a stand like, hey, this is not acceptable. The same thing as any other, racism's not acceptable. Other, isms are not acceptable. But what would the city do to prevent violent crime at late night?
Very real simple question. Randy Mitchell, you're first on this, gun violence.
I don't know any way to do this without increasing the staff at the police department. You're not going to get all the guns off the street. You're not going to get law-abiding citizens while we have less police to give up their guns. I mean, that doesn't make any sense. So I think you've got to increase the police department, which would increase the presence. I do think we've got a problem with our courts where people are back on the street before the police officer has the crime report filled out. And so there's a bigger question that maybe at a state level on what our justice system is doing with the people that are back on the street. Because criminals a lot of times commit crimes. I mean, that's what makes you a criminal. So the court system needs to I don't know. I mean, I've spoken with the judge. I just had lunch with the judge last week to talk about this issue because of that very thing. Because this is not me and Richard down there shooting at each other. This is people with criminal backgrounds. I mean, so criminals commit crimes, and if those criminals are on our streets, that's really where we've got to start.
Question to you, Tommy.
Yes, so I agree that we cannot tolerate any crime downtown that is violent, because the problem is that I know young people that are already saying that they're not going to hang out downtown. And that makes me really sad, because part of college and part of being in your 20s is socializing, and it helps them develop their mental health. And if they cannot go out and have a normal life that they should have, going to restaurants safely, going to bars safely, and meeting new people, that is a huge problem. And our downtown is dependent upon all of us feeling safe going there. And if people in the suburbs aren't going downtown because they don't feel safe, then that's not good either. So we have to, make sure that the people that have the rap sheets are, very much attended to if they are not in jail. Because I think accountability for those types of people that are, not changing their behavior for any significant amount of time, they need to have all kinds of counseling, as well as their diet needs to be looked at and all sorts of other things, because it's very weird when you look at head trauma, and they're studying that now and how that affects instant gratification and judgment calls. And so we need to expand what we're doing to make sure that the criminals are not out, and that they are also, not, the solutions match where they are, because they're not on their own choosing better behavior.
Barbara Buffalo, so we hear from a business owner downtown who expresses his concern about gun violence and how it impacts him. He's not like you and David Seaman at home at night at midnight.
I know.
When the
I
bar's
think, well, I
closed.
actually have been at your bar at Moonlight before, but just,
I mean, I feel pretty safe where we're at, to be honest.
Right, exactly. Actually, I can just
we're
stumble
kind
back down home from you.
It is, but.
Yeah. No,
But
no, no.
it isn't, like, I have had to drive a different route just because of.
Avoiding.
And I feel like some of our customers own bars. Had a guy come in and he was doing everything. He's got security, the cameras, working with police, and what me. And it's a mental health issue. Guys have mental health issues, comes in.
So, Barbara, you're the mayor. How do you address this issue for the community?
Well, I mean, obviously, just like you just referred to, it's just like the housing, it's a spectrum, right? It's a multifaceted issue. You'll see in other communities, some of the things that they're doing for like gun violence and gun prevention are those intervention programs. I appreciate, Randy, you're hit about making sure you have adequately staffed police department, right? Definitely key. At the same time, making sure that those who should not have guns don't have guns. Like these are minor things that you would think would be basic common sense. But then also these intervention programs. Because like when I talked about the beat officer working downtown, a lot of those incidents are happening, something happened outside and it came to downtown. It's not somebody stumbling out of Heidelberg or Silver Ball or Vibes or wherever. It happened elsewhere and it came to there. And so I think it's important there that we talk about what are we doing to interrupt and intervent some of those gun violence issues or some of those issues that are happening that are coming into our downtown because of the concentration of people. So I think it's working collaboratively together. And I appreciate earlier we were talking about bringing together business owners and having that two-way conversation. A lot of times you're just seeing this conversation happen at the dais, at council, with a few people coming up, and you're not necessarily seeing that the community members, council members are also going out and doing. So I want to see more of that as well.
Maria or Paulo?
In September of 2019, a good friend of mine lost her daughter to gun violence here in Columbia. They said it was one of the worst months of gun violence in town during that time. It was horrible. And it wasn't at midnight, it was at 11:25 that night, on her way back from McDonald's to get a milkshake. Right? It's horrible. This past summer, last summer, I guess, there were about 20 business owners, several police officers, and the chief of police, and we all, and citizens who were curious, we met at the Blue Note, and we were talking about lights, cameras, apps that bar owners have, and I think Molly at Billiards has it, where she gets a ding on her phone at home, she can immediately call the police and say, hey, there's something going on in front of my bar downtown. There are things that we can do and are being done and are working, but there isn't the voice behind it. As mayor, as city council members, as community leaders, we need to talk about these things in real time with the people that are being affected, the businesses that are being affected by this. The downtown CID raised some money and gave the city money to buy high-intensity lights to be put at 3 locations downtown. They're talking about more cameras. They're talking about this communication in real time between the police and the bar owners to help prevent it. But crime prevention, gun violence, until we get people not having guns, I'm not sure that's going to happen.
David Seaman, your mayor, how would you address gun violence?
One, I think I made myself sound like a really old soul by saying that would go out on Saturday. My wife's probably really mad at me, right? So to your question, it's a two-part solution. We have to stop what's happening now, and we have to prevent it from happening in the future. So downtown, and we continue to talk about downtown, and it's bothering me a lot. But downtown, we need more officers. We need more officers present. Once again, we mentioned there's only 14 police officers in the city at any point in time on patrol across 63 square miles. That's not enough. If you want to prevent it in the future, it's going to be an uncomfortable conversation. The uncomfortable conversation part of that is, like Barb said, it's not happening downtown. It's happening somewhere else, and it's spilling over once those folks meet downtown. We have a gang issue on the north and east sides of the town. The uncomfortable part is most of those folks, once again, look like me. I know this because when I see it reading the paper, so-and-so was shot and killed, I recognize the name because I went to high school with some of them. I know them from out in town. The uncomfortable part is we have to figure out how to solve that. What are we doing to ensure that those folks have adequate housing so that they're not out here shooting each other because they don't have anywhere to go? How do we ensure that they have adequate employment so they have something to lose? You give me a job, you give me a livable wage, you give me something to lose, and I'm much less likely to engage in these types of behaviors. We don't do those things. We let it happen in certain areas, and then when it spills over downtown, then we start to talk about it. The flip side of that is you have to understand that asking for more police officers, which I'm doing, makes a lot of people uncomfortable. What is the philosophy that we are asking those police officers to take? Is it that warrior mentality of, I'm going to come out here and just protect? Or is it community policing? Whereas Mr. Simmons in his yard, there are enough officers out in town. I can get out of my car and just walk down the street and talk to him. Hi, Mr. Simmons, my name is Officer Jones. How are you? What have you seen in your neighborhood? I, as a black man, feel much more comfortable police officer in that situation than seeing that cruiser ride down my street. There are multiple levels to this, and understanding all of them is the only way we're going to solve this problem.
We are undoubtedly, this is a topic that needs to be addressed in the next forums. So we're going to move on from that. We're almost done with our time. So this is going to be a word association on something totally different. And we're going to start with Tanya Heath. I'm going to give you the word, and you tell me what comes to mind immediately on this. And it's actually 3 words: Columbia Regional Airport.
Well, I went at 3 years old to greet my daddy from a geology trip. He was a geology professor, so I remember it.
Closer to the mic.
Sorry, I remember it when I was 3, and I am excited that we're going to do a major upgrade because I don't think anything's really happened since '68, right?
I'm not going to answer the question. I'm not running for mayor.
So yeah, I mean, we need to, we're gonna grow, and we need to have a good airport so we can get people in and out that are gonna make our city better.
Barbara Buffalo, Columbia Regional Airport, what comes to mind?
I know, I feel like, why drive when it's so easy to fly?
There's your home country.
Right. So what comes to mind is that I'm excited about the expansion. I was involved with the team that reviewed all the plans that came through and saw what we had there. I'm worried when I see that we have airlines cutting. We're not unique to this. Regional airports across the nation, obviously, we don't make as much money. We don't have guaranteed revenue for those places. But I know the importance that a regional airport brings to economic development within Columbia. Just like with the Precision Next Gen alone, imagine that all the different researchers that are going to be coming through and potential businesses, they're going to use the things that are coming out of that research center. They're not going to want to ride. Well, they probably won't want to ride in a shuttle from St. Louis or Kansas City and the convenience of flying into Columbia. There's no knock on our shuttle systems. I've also ridden those as well. But I look forward to seeing the growth of that. I do want to see a little bit better transportation system that takes us to it. Because I will say that is the one thing I think of opportunity. Either we're going to have tons of gravel parking lots that are just going to basically go all the way to Ashland to provide parking for Columbia Regional Airport, or we look into a shuttle system. And when we talk about vision for the future, light rail, if we could eventually have some sort of light rail system going between here and the airport. So when visitors or future students or football players come into town, just hop on that and ride into town. This is my dream.
Maria or Paula?
Thank you. A couple of things come to mind. One is yay, I'm happy to see the airport be expanded because Columbia only grew by a certain amount in the past 10 years. I'm predicting that by 2030, we're going to have immense growth in our city because we are a city people want to be at and work in. The other thing that's happening, it's already happening, is development in the area of the airport. There are businesses and there are housing developments and entertainment things that are being developed in the area of the airport. It's going to grow. We need to keep up. And I agree 100% about transportation from the city. The way we spend transportation funds on the airport, we can spend transportation funds on appropriate transportation from the city of Columbia to the airport. A lot more of us would fly from here if that were true.
All right, David Seaman?
I said two words that come to mind are inadequate and potential. So inadequate, I fly to Philadelphia once a month for grad school. And if you've ever flown out of the Columbia Airport, you sat in that little one-room terminal with 30 other people, and it's not the greatest thing in ever life. Kind of consider going to St. Louis. Potential is that we are increasing capacity for the airport. And there's a lot of potential there, as both Barb and Maria have said, to bring in new visitors, to attract new residents, new businesses. As if you're a business owner, and you can fly directly out of Columbia instead of going to St. Louis or Kansas City, that's a plus. So, yeah, inadequate at the moment, but there's a great deal of potential.
Randy Minshew, Columbia Regional Airport.
So we have to grow the airport. I think, part of the job as the chief ambassador for our city is to be the chief ambassador for our airport. And so there are contracts with the university, with the private companies, VU, equipment share. There are agreements just waiting to be inked. It's a matter of getting out there and getting that done. I think that's Mayor McDavid, Bob McDavid, championed that cause. I think somebody needs to, if I'm lucky enough to be the mayor, pick that up where he left off.
We're going to start our 60-second closing comments. This is the chance for you to recap whatever you want or go a different direction. We're going to start on the opposite end that we did at the beginning of this hour and a half, and that is with Maria or Paulo.
Hi. I hope you consider that as a person who has asked the city to review its policies, its procedures through the performance audit, that's sort of an indication of where I would go as mayor. Looking at the basics so that our very professional, very competent staff, all of them, can do the job they were hired to do to the fullest extent. I'm not afraid to ask questions because I love this city and I think the answers will help guide us to a good, solid future. Thank you.
Barbara Buffalo.
Thank you, David. Well, as I mentioned in the start, Columbia is in a period of transition, and what we decide April 5th will help decide where Columbia is going. We don't want to be left behind as we have a new mayor, new council members, we have a new city manager. There's so much potential for Columbia. So having somebody with the experience to know the institutional knowledge of what is going on at the city and who those partnerships are available in Columbia, we want that person, and I believe on that person. Thank you, David.
Tanya Heath.
I'd like to balance the basics and make sure that we have garbage collection taken care of, that it's streamlined. I'd also like to look at snow removal because sometimes our neighborhood, we've been stuck in our houses for 5 days and the snowplow hasn't come and we had to do it ourselves. And just get the basics in order. And then I'd also like to look at the future of Columbia and the vision and the work behind it that we need to do, and we need to involve everybody and think about what other cities have done successfully so that we can do that with our city, but also increase the communication to all of our residents, because I think there's a disconnect as far as what the average resident knows and understands about Columbia. And so I would be honored to be that person that brings everyone along with a good conversation and a clear direction. Thank you.
Randy Minshew.
So I think the difference between me and the other candidates really comes down to leadership versus management. My style, what I see the mayor's job, what I see the city council's job is to lead and not to manage. We have a city manager, that's his job. We have department heads, we have 1,500 people that need to be managed. That's not the job of the city council. City council and mayor are to lead our city. I love Columbia. I'd love to be the chief ambassador. I'd say, please, let's do something different on April 5th this year. Let's get out and vote. Let's encourage our friends to get out and vote. And I would love to see us show up in force this year and have above average turnout for the vote. Thank you.
And David Seaman.
Well, first, I'd like to thank the Board of Realtors for hosting this event. I want to thank my fellow candidates for having a lively discussion. I'm looking forward to a couple more forums. This is like the most fun election. I can tell you that from having done this 3 times now. Forums are the best thing about this, and meeting folks. I want to thank David Lau for spending the last couple of days before he retires actually deciding to moderate. We talked about a lot of topics here tonight. And as I said before at the beginning, my opening remarks, my focus is on making sure that each of those topics is viewed through the lens of all people in the city. Because we all deserve the promise that is Columbia. You can't focus simply on traffic service for one group, or policing for another, or downtown, or out in the outskirts. We all live here. We all deserve equal treatment. We all deserve to benefit from what the city has to offer. And on April 5th, I hope that you elect me to be mayor so that we can continue to do that. Thank you.
I will say this, I'm not going to retire from interest in the city or passion for the city or involvement some way, but I do want to thank you all for starting this journey as candidates, because some of you have run for offices before, some of you have been on commissions and committees and dedicated yourselves with a lot of energy and jobs, so a lot of energy for the city. Thank you for loving the city enough to want to run for mayor. And the best of luck, because you're right, this is the first of probably a few forums between now and April 5th. Thank you for being here. And those of you who have been in the audience, the questions are good. And also thank you for your attention. If you can manage, we're going to take a 15-minute break. And then at 8 o'clock, we're going to be running the last third of our marathon. It'll be for 2 city council board positions that we'll have up at the front. So thank you.
Sorry.
I'm a realtor and I'm a president of Farnen, and I'm telling you, Independence Speakers, the south side of town, the weeds growing in the concrete signs golf. Nobody cares about what's going on? And it's growing out concrete and trash. I have clients that tell me you gotta be in my subdivision and see the articles in the subdivision. So the biggest access. So.
Yeah, I have.
No, go right ahead. I don't want to interrupt you. I just want to be right at it.
I'm looking at where you're
It's just about I was born in the South. And when I grew up, we drove down the back and forth. Oh, my they had chain gangs back in the day. They got it out, and they cleaned up everything. Getting our people out of our themselves. The ones that are in jail. Down the street.
Maybe we can have more space and not have to have too many things. Let's do that. You can. Hey Rachel, can you move that chair?
Yeah.
Like move it.
I know, right? Like, honestly, I don't know how it's like just literally behind the TV. I don't think I can get it. Oh, yeah. Can you duplicate the wire? I mean, side to side. It's like just two wires.
I absolutely will.
Hey, we could have some more space on I'm Roy Lovely.
We can grab that ladder. Oh, you got it.
Someone they texted me, and I would look at it, and I would look at it. Well, I mean, we're like.
I was the vice president of operations.
Charles, comments back on stuff.
Yes. And,
Get your water.
Good to see you. I'm not gonna go to next game. There's so much money to be made on this. We're looking forward to One game. Yeah, I'm sure he will.
Yes, yes, yes. I definitely.
So,
Just in case.
If we could have them tested and like get to know them that well. Yeah.
We're testing it.
Test, test, test.
I feel like Carl's was quiet. 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 It was too quiet. I couldn't hear him very well. I mean, you can have him try to talk again and see, but
I'm gonna go on the hallway
okay.
again, and I'll just thumbs up each person. There is a little lag.
Okay, there we go.
Yep.
Are we ready? Well, those of you who have been here through the school board portion of the forum and also then the mayor portion of the forum, there are special rewards for you. No, I mean, I really think that it is it's probably good to have it all on one night because that way we are able to not ask people to spend 2 nights doing this. But it is a terrific opportunity to start to learn about candidates that maybe you do not know much about right now. And as I've said in the previous 2 forums, for those of you who may be here, and I don't know if there are many here now who weren't here in the previous hours, there's a microphone in the middle aisle there for questions. So if you have some questions along the way, I'll try to give ample opportunities for those questions. For our 4 candidates, 2 for Ward 3 and 2 for Ward 4, we thank you very much for being here tonight. It is something that I always have great respect for those who are running for office, and I know at least Carl has heard this before. I would really say to anybody who runs for any office, you're doing something that most of us do not have the guts to do, or the energy to do, or the dedication to do. So thank you all. We have 2 from 3rd Ward, 2 from 4th Ward. Carl Scala is the 3rd over from me, and then Roy Lovelady is next to him. Those are candidates for the 3rd Ward City Council position. In the 4th Ward, Erica Pepperman and Nick Foster are the ones closest to me. How we'll do this is you each get an opportunity for a 2-minute kind of introduction of yourself to the audience. And remember that there are some who are watching via electronics, and those numbers are probably equally as big, if not a lot bigger than what you have right here in this room. So keep that in mind, and people will refer to that also along the way when they have questions or want to maybe see what they missed. So a couple of minutes to introduce yourself, and then we'll start into some questions. We'll have 90 seconds to answer the question, and if we need to, we'll do a 30-second follow-up. We're pretty lenient on that. Sometimes that 30 seconds can go a little bit longer, but I want to be fair to everybody. And so if you have something you want to add at the end of a question, catch my attention. It's pretty easy to do, and what we'll do is we'll come back to you. Right here at the front, you'll see a sign that's held up that shows you when you've got 30 seconds left, and then you'll see the red stop sign. and most people are like the drivers in Columbia, going right through that stop sign. So it doesn't really make any difference at all. And that's just how we live our lives. Let's start with the opening statements, and I'm going to start down at the end. Roy Lovelady, thank you for being here. Your opening 2-minute statement.
Hello, everybody. My name is Roy Lovelady, and I have butterflies. So I guess that means that I'm human. I am a local activist who turned activated, who decided that I was going to run for city council because I wanted to see change. Because of a tragic incident that happened in 2020, I then found myself at the city hall in Columbia, Missouri. I wanted to change for a specific policy, the chokehold. And from there, I learned that a lot of things were happening in that particular room that directly affected me. From then, I decided that I was going to run for city council because, one, I'm a business owner, and I'm a small-time business owner. I own a hair salon and a dance studio. I also am a Black and brown person in the community who didn't see anybody on the council that looked like me, that could speak for me. And when I spoke, I felt as if my story was as important or listened to. So some things that I really like to see change is transportation in Columbia, Missouri, especially in 3rd Ward. I like to definitely address the crime and the prevention of in 3rd Ward and in the city as a whole. And basically, I want you all to know that I'm an integral, a truthful person, and I'm dedicated and determined, and I'm here to get the job done.
All right, thank you. Carl Scala?
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the Columbia Board of Realtors Candidate Forum. By way of introduction, I'm a Marine Corps veteran, husband, father of 3, grandfather of 2, 4-term 3rd Ward City Councilman, and Columbia's Mayor pro tem. I hold experimental psychology degrees from Southern Illinois University Carbondale and the University of Missouri Columbia, where I retired from cross-disciplinary behavioral and biomedical research as a research core director in the School of Veterinary Medicine. I currently represent the City of Columbia on several panels for the National League of Cities, the Human Development Federal Advocacy Committee, the Race, Equity, and Leadership Council, the University Communities Council, and the National League of Cities University Fellow. I am a recipient of 7 National League of Cities Leadership Excellence Awards, and last year I was also honored to receive the 2020 Columbia Boone County Mule Spinners Margaret Morgett Lifetime Achievement Award for societal contributions. I am the past vice chair and 7-year member of the Columbia Planning and Zoning Commission, the past chair and 13-year member of the Columbia Boone County Environment and Energy Commission. I'm also a 12-year member of the Columbia Chamber of Commerce and its Government Affairs Committee. I'm proud to say that I was the originator and have hosted bi-monthly Saturday morning coffee shop office hours for the past 14 years, in and out of office. My other interests include public radio. I have served on the board of the New Wave Radio Corporation and have weekly hosted KOPN's Morning Air program for the past 9 years. Travel, photography, singing with our church choir, and with the MU Choral Union are my other passions. As a 22-year public servant, a 12-year Columbia City Council veteran, and current mayor pro tem, I represent institutional memory, leadership experience, continuity, community access, and real deliverables. My 3rd Ward priorities are: first, public safety; next, roads, sidewalks, and streetlights; and finally, neighborhood equity and integrity.
Thank you. Erica Pepperman.
Good job saying it right, David.
Well, it's, I was going to say it's still early, but no, it's not still early. But no, thank you for giving me some grace there when I needed to.
My name is Erica Pepperman, and I am a mother of 5. My kids range in age from 13 to 23 years old. I am a business owner. I own Como Magazine. I own Columbia Marketing Group. Our offices are located in the heart of our city, downtown in the district. And I have spent a lot of my time. I'm very passionate, oddly geeky about Columbia. A lot of people know that. I write my letter every month in my magazine about things about Columbia. And And I spent a lot of my time and resources studying other cities to figure out how we can make Columbia better by traveling with the Chamber of Commerce to 7 different cities over the last 7 different years to learn how they do things. I spent a lot of time in nonprofit community, so my experience goes beyond just one organization. I have spent a lot of time serving the United Way, on the board there, the board of Job Point, and on the board of Heart of Missouri CASA. I've been on the board of Rainbow House. I'm on the board of Chamber. I've been and served in a lot of different groups in our city. And then, of course, as a business owner, I have the opportunity to learn how to recruit and train and retain employees. And that seems to be something that's a really important topic of conversation for us, is how are we going to be able to do that? And I have a lot of experience in doing so with that as well. And I'm also the only candidate I think up here has been endorsed by our local firefighters and our police officers. So I'm looking forward to the opportunity to run and be selected as next candidate for the next councilwoman for Ward 4.
Thank you. Nick Foster, also candidate for Ward 4 City Council position. Nick?
Thank you, David, and thanks to the Realtors for having us tonight in this long marathon of forums. My wife and I moved here in 2010 from Bloomington, Indiana, and we loved it in Bloomington. My wife was doing her PhD at IU. After we were married, I moved there and lived in Bloomington for 2 years. So when we moved here, we were a little sad, to be honest. We loved being in Bloomington. And it took us a little bit to get used to being here and to learn our way around. But I told my wife before we left, after spending 2 years as the executive director of the Habitat for Humanity affiliate up in Morgan County, Indiana, and just beginning to learn who the people are and how things work in Morgan County, I said, I know we're going to move. I know you want to move. I'm going to follow you wherever you go. But I want to stay in the next place for at least 5 years. But we've been here for more than twice that long. And some years back, we were on 8th Street, right in front of the Tiger Hotel. The columns of the county courthouse were behind us. The columns at the zoo were in front of us. And I just had this sense and this feeling and turned to her and said, you know, this is our town. And it is. I was very fortunate to spend over 9 years as the executive director of Voluntary Action Center. During that time, I got to know the city very well. Not only the nonprofit community, but the business community, city government, county government, and the way that things work here. And I've come to love the city more and more. I'm not really all that comfortable talking about myself, so I've asked others to tell me about me. And they tell me that I'm a capable, compassionate leader, that I'm an excellent listener to every perspective with an open mind, able to identify challenges and solutions by addressing barriers to success in a productive way, that I'm honest, straightforward, dependable. What I will say about myself is that I'm a connector, a networker. I truly enjoy putting people and resources together. My life has been a life of service in ministry and in the nonprofit world. I want to bring that kind of desire now to service in public service and to my town and to Columbia's people.
So now you all can take a deep breath, and I would say to candidate Lovelady, I also get nervous about doing this. I also need to take breaths and get over butterflies. So we've got that taken care of. We'll come back and talk in more general terms to some of your strengths and your desires, but let's jump into something like we did with the mayor candidates a little while ago, and that is let's tackle and solve the problem of trash and recycling services in the city. And I think of no other better person to start with than Carl Scala.
Well, thank you very much. We obviously have some issues, needless to say, with the trash collection. We are also in a bit of a bind, or have been for many years. I was around in 2015 when some of the discussions were had, and the initiative petition was filed, which put the roll cart issue on the ballot. And that won by a margin of about 8 points, I believe. And although in the ordinance it was stipulated that it was just for a 6-month period of time, I feel, and other folks on the council feel, that we will do whatever the community wants when it comes to trash. If you want roll carts, we will do that. Or if you want trash bags, we will do that. And we will make the changes necessary. But it's incumbent, I believe, to put it back on the ballot, whether that's by an initiative petition or that is by the city council putting it on a ballot, so that we know what folks want. It's a complicated issue. It will have a lot of expense if we go with roll carts. There are issues about cleaning and breakage and so on. There are also issues, obviously, with trash bags about the breakage of bags, and we've been very disappointed with some of the vendor who has supplied some of the bags and has fallen short in terms of their contract that they were supposed to guarantee that folks would have adequate supplies necessary. But frankly, the cost of those extra bags, that $2, is really $1.37 for the landfill cost for investing in the landfill, 33 cents for the folks to pick the trash up, and 30 cents for each bag. So it is exactly $2. I mean, obviously we're nonprofits, so we're not making any kind of profit here. But we do need to make some changes, and I'm willing to make those changes, whatever the folks want.
I'm going to do a follow-up, and probably to each of you if I feel necessary, but would you advocate one way or the other? If it were on a ballot issue, would you be an advocate?
You know, I will vote on a ballot issue, but to be quite honest with you, I am really agnostic about it. I could go either way. I live in an area where it would be easy for me to have a roll cart. I do have the capacity to store it, so that's not an issue. On the other hand, in 2015, when I held a couple of public forums to ask the folks in the third ward what it is that they wanted, at least 80 to 90% of the folks in the third ward indicated that they wanted trash bags at the time. Now, they may have envisioned a bit different kind of system, and we've run into a system where we cannot any longer, it's not sustainable without the pay-as-you-throw kind of idea. But nonetheless, I'm very agnostic about that.
All right, we'll come to Erica Pepperman now on the question about what do you think about the current trash and recycling service in the city?
It's total garbage.
You've been waiting for that.
It's too easy. Okay, I think I have to tease with a lot of people. I think if I ran on trash service alone, that alone could be the entire campaign. I have a very different experience than Carl. Every person I talk to, I think I've literally maybe spoke to one person who is an advocate for the trash bag system. There is a very huge majority of our city that wants to see change as it relates to this. And I think that it's absolutely necessary. And I think that if we did put it, and we should have the city vote on it, absolutely so. If we have the city vote on it, I think it would turn out very differently now than it did then. Communication is a huge problem. When we're putting initiatives out on the ballot, you have to communicate to people what it really means. Being a communications and marketing person, I'm very specific about that. And so I know that there are concerns about elderly being able to manage it, storage, homeowners associations don't want to see it junk up their neighborhoods. But that being said, what we're using isn't working, and we have to do something different. And in my business, if we were utilizing a system that's not working, you have to get creative and innovative, which would mean if we have employees that we can't hire to fill a job, we have to change what that job might look like, or the tools given to the people to do that job. And so I 100% advocate the change in the system.
So you would advocate for roll carts?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Definitely. Was I unclear about that?
No, you were very clear. I just
Okay.
want to give you an opportunity to reemphasize that. With the
I'm
emphasis
very much in favor of a roll cart system to help our city.
Nick Foster, to you on the current trash and recycling service in the city, and what would you be seen as a change in the current system, if anything, that would make it better?
Trash collection is one of the very basic things that the city does, that the city government does, and the service it provides for its citizens. And where you want to get to is a place where nobody's talking about it. It would be really nice to have somebody punch me in the shoulder downtown, or me punch somebody in the shoulder downtown and say, "What do you think about trash collection in Columbia?" And they would say, "What? It's all right, I guess." The problem is everyone's talking about it. Nobody likes it. I haven't had anybody say to me, I haven't heard anyone say, this trash collection program, this trash collection we've got in Columbia right now is fabulous. Nobody's saying that. So what we want to have as a goal is to get to a place, not where everybody is absolutely satisfied, but where it's not really a topic of conversation and we can move to something else. I do support roll carts. I lived in a small town in Alabama, Montevallo, Alabama, a town of about 4,000 people. We had roll carts. I have no memory of anyone complaining about roll carts in that town. I have no memory of anyone having a conversation about trash collection in general. And we had a pretty robust recycling program as well. So I think that's the goal about how to get there. I think we definitely need to vote about it. And I have a sense that people are going to be more supportive of roll carts. There are other reasons besides what happens for individual residents. It's about the employees that we're asking to do this, the kind of work that they have to do. And I think that roll carts will go a long way toward addressing that issue.
Roy Lovelady, your answer to that question, please.
Okay, thank you. I've been going to city council for 19 months, and since I started going, trash has been an issue from then and to now. But if I had to address the issue, I would definitely say that trash is a problem, and there are three key components who you need to talk to in order to solve it. You need to talk to the refuge workers, you need to talk to the community, and you need to talk to the council and figure out what is the real way to solve it. The community at first was for the bags as it was on the ballot and it got voted as the initiative in which we were going to follow. But now I think that if you put it on that ballot, which I think every candidate up here agrees that it should go back to the ballot and let the community pick. I agree as well. But the current situations that we have is not just that the pay as you throw is ineffective, it's also the trash bags are not strong enough. It's also being able to get the trash bags whenever you go to the store because the supply has not been always been there. I live in a single family home where I live alone, so I've given my trash bags to other people who can't afford the trash bags because there not only are there people who can't afford the trash bags. I'm mixing my words up, but one thing about me is I'm very transparent when I tell you when I mess it up, even if you can see it. So there are people who are low income who can't afford those trash bags. So I've been generous enough. One thing that I may not have said in my opening statement is I'm very community oriented, boots on the ground. So I'm out in the community, hearing from the constituents, the citizens trying to get things done, hearing what they say, what they're doing. As of which position would I take? Would I take the pay as you throw or would I take the roll carts? I'm for both because there are certain areas in the community that actually roll carts won't work. And there are certain areas in the community where the pay as you throw just isn't beautifying the neighborhood. So I understand that the roll carts are going to cost a lot, but at the same time, the pay as you throw is costing a lot as well.
All right, and we'll give opportunities to come back for a visit. And Carl?
I just wanted to make mention of the fact that this pay-as-you-throw is essential to making this affordable and sustainable in terms of whether it's roll carts or whether it's trash bags, and roll carts will be pay-as-you-throw as well, depending on the size of the roll cart. There was some conversation in the earlier session with respect to the mayoral candidates who were talking about the potential for hybrid system, and I can remember even in the face of some opposition to roll carts, I was suggesting in 2015 and 2016, before that initiative petition, that there would have to be a hybrid system because there were some areas in town that would not support that.
Erica, did you want to say something?
I do. As a business owner, I'm going to tell you that I'm in big favor of privatizing trash collection in Columbia. I think that the city of Columbia it can do many things really well, but they can't do everything well. You know, as a business owner, I know that there's a lot of different skill sets needed in my company to do what things that need to be done. I don't think that the council are professional or the people even that we can manage, we are the best people to do that job. I think if you outsource, you use an RFP system, pick somebody that is going to keep, or they're incentivized, obviously by being awarded the contract, they would keep costs low, be able to address the different needs that we have, and they're gonna have experience in that. They're gonna know how to solve problems that we don't know how to solve because that's not what the city is. We're not professional refuse collectors or recyclers.
Roy or Nick, either one want to make a further comment on this issue, or should we move on? Carl?
Well,
yeah.
We're not professional, well, we are professional refuse collectors. That's what we do.
Not very well.
No, not very well, and there needs to be a better way to do it, but it is something we do, and I think that privatization is something we might be open to, but I think we need to be very careful about moving down that road toward with trash collection or anything else.
Just to make mention, I will do whatever the folks want if this gets to be on the ballot, but I firmly disagree with your premise, that privatization is the answer. It could be, and if that's what folks want, we will do that. But, there are lots of examples of losing the ability to deal with rates. And frankly, we have a contract with the folks that are producing the bags right now, and they have not delivered the way they were supposed to. So I'm not sure that that is the answer to all of these questions.
We're going to move on. This is something we did not get to with the mayor candidates, and it's a question from the Board of Realtors, and it has to do with smart growth. We haven't really talked about that. I mean, it's been a subject, it's been a topic that has been part of the conversation for many years in this community. I'm not sure where it is right now, but Erica, we're going to start with you on this particular question. What's your definition of smart growth? We're going to start with that, and then we'll follow that up probably with another question for everybody.
I really love this question. It's one I spend a lot of time studying by traveling to other cities. I'm a very active member of the Chamber of Commerce. Every year we take about 60 or 70 of us and travel to a sister city or a city that is aspirational in some way. It has to meet certain criteria, which is being a college town, has to be similar in size, deal with some of the same things that we deal with. And I have seen a lot of cities do really smart planning for their community. Athens has an amazing affordable housing project that they are able to do. Ann Arbor has an amazing innovation, and Tuscaloosa has fantastic communications and branding for their city. So when we talk about growing smart, I don't necessarily think that you can pin it on just, are we going to create this limit urban sprawl, as the last candidates were talking about? Do we build up? Do we use multi-purpose facilities? Do we have multi-income facilities? I think it's yes to all of that. I think you have to look at a problem and looking proactively at our future and be very holistic in that. So we have to look at the social services side. What are we providing to our citizens? We have to look at transportation. Are we able to handle the growth of the future? And then we have to look at all of the ways in which we embrace our business owners so that they can afford for that.
All right, Nick Foster, to you, a definition of smart growth.
Well, I've heard that term smart growth for a number of years in our community, and I haven't heard anybody define it really yet. It seems to sort of be self-evident. Well, you're going to grow, be smart when you're doing it. Columbia is growing. It's going to continue to grow. We have to be smart about that. We have to be sensitive to the needs of the people as we're growing, and not just to the people within the confines of Columbia itself, but to the rest of the county as well, because we are expanding. We have the potential to expand beyond our current city limits. Brian sent the candidates a questionnaire, and in that, one of the questions was about the west. Brian, help me out. The west area plan. West area plan. I've done a little bit of research on this, and the city has done area plans in other places in the east, and then I think in the northeast, east, and north.
No, there is a northeast area plan.
Yeah. So these things exist. It'll be interesting to see if we can pay attention to that while we're doing that. But the question is, what kind of growth do we want to have? What kind of neighborhoods do we want to have? What are they going to look like? There's more and more conversation, for instance, about walkable neighborhoods. I happen to live in a neighborhood where I can walk to many of the things I want to get to: the library, the school, the grocery store, a drugstore, professional amenities, all kinds of things. That's not true for everyone in our community, but I think it's something we can aspire to. And as we grow, I think we need to have in mind what kind of communities do we want to see as we're growing.
All right, thank you. Roy, Lovelady, please.
So I agree with Nick, exactly on the definition of smart growth. It is exactly what you said, being smart about growing the city. One of the biggest questions in which I would want to know is what particular areas of the city are we trying to grow, and how would it affect everybody or all? So basically, when it comes to smart growth, I'm being transparent with you all. Like, I'm new to this. So one thing that I do is I'm a hairstylist and I cut hair. When I cut hair, I define lines and I and I make sure that everything matches with one another. This is a topic in which I will have to educate myself on a lot more. But once I'm educated on this, I will be more than happy to come back and give a very strong answer. I'm not going to sit here and not be truthful, which I said that that's one of those characteristics that I had in the beginning. So, in my transparency and being truthful to you all, I don't have an adequate answer at this moment, but guaranteed at the next forum, I'll be ready and prepared to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Carl Scott?
Well, the idea of smart growth has very specific definitions. Primarily, there are 10 principles of smart growth. Let me just touch on a couple of them that I think are very important. We used to have a Columbia Boone County Smart Growth Coalition in this community, and I was a member of that group. There were lots of other members in that group, and eventually it was disbanded. It was in association with Smart Growth America. And also some of the meetings that they hosted. Some of the results of that were some of the parklets and those kinds of things that you've seen around the community. But two things in particular, two of those things that usually come up when we talk about smart growth. One is to diminish urban sprawl. That's one of those 10 commandments, if you will. But the other is to have a sense of place. And that's the kind of balance that you need to achieve when you're seeking smart growth in this kind of community. The attempt that we made when we established the new development code, the Unified Development Code, had to do with form-based codes in the downtown area and using places, having lots of uses in a place rather than specifically using zoning just to zone a use. It was more in terms of aesthetics. So it's those two things that are very important. The business about limiting sprawl, but also maintaining a sense of place.
Anyone in the audience have a follow-up in regard to that particular line of questioning? And if you have other questions, catch my attention and you can come up to, we'll do follow-up.
I do have something to say about that. When you talk about limiting sprawl, we have seen this in other cities, which creates an environment where people that work in the city can no longer afford to live in the city they work in. Because it drives up property prices within the city, it limits housing, you don't have the affordable housing options that are seen otherwise, and then people can't afford to live here. It happened in Fort Collins, one of the cities that we visited. The people that worked in Fort Collins had to live 30 minutes away, 45 minutes away, and then that limits their opportunity to commute to and from work. So then there becomes a worker shortage. So I understand theoretically the concept behind limiting urban sprawl, but it doesn't work that way economically.
Anyone else with a follow-up?
Well, I had a conversation with someone who shared with me a conversation they had with someone else. Recognizing that we're growing as a community, they said if we're not careful, we're going to turn into another Austin, Texas. And my first thought was, oh no, not because Austin's a bad place to live, it's a great place to live. That's why so many people moved there. I have some friends that moved there several years ago. They stayed for a year and then they moved back. And the main reason was it was just not livable in the way that they wanted to see. Traffic in particular was a really bad thing for them and for many other people. I have a niece that lives in Austin now. She and her husband had a very hard time finding housing there. So, I was saying to somebody before this starts that to do, stop, I know. See, that's the problem. We were asked these very complicated, difficult questions and said, now, what are you going to do about it? You've got 90 seconds. This is going to take conversations among a whole lot of us to get to the answers that we want to get to. And the idea that of what Carl said, and we're running right through that stop sign, the idea that what Carl said, that it's about the character of a place and having a sense of place. We love this kind of thing, and we want to maintain the character we have. What's the best way to move forward? We need to bring a lot of people to the table to talk about that and figure out the best practices.
I think Erica may have misunderstood me. The smart growth, that's two of those 10 principles, one of which is urban sprawl, the other is a sense of place. I very much favor the idea of sense of place over the urban sprawl notion. Those are at odds with each other sometimes. Yeah. And I think that some of the efforts that we have made in terms of the new zoning code and some of the other rules that we have tried to instill here really try and reinforce that idea of neighborhoods in the sense of place rather than just this idea of urban sprawl.
We'll move on to another question. This is kind of a more general one, and Nick, you'll be first on this one. I'm just curious as you've talked to people about your decision to run for a position on the city council, what have you been told to expect?
Wow, I wasn't expecting that question. I have had people say, "What's wrong with you? Have you lost your mind?" That kind of thing. Public service is a difficult thing. I know that. I'm watching. I'm listening. There's no way to please everyone, and that's one of the things that makes, I think, public service hard for people who care most about the place they live and the people that they serve. They want everyone to be happy, and so there's really no way to get to that. I don't know that anyone's said anything to me about what I can expect that I haven't known already, and I think that kind of goes back to what I was saying just a moment ago about how these are very complicated questions and they're existential questions for us as a people. We care about these things. It's about where we live and how we live and the quality of our lives. I don't expect it to be easy. I expect it to be hard. People have told me that it's that. That's okay with me. I'm willing to do it. And I'll give you back 30 seconds.
Roy, your answer to the question, what, if anything, people, when you express to them, I'm going to run for this third ward city council position, what have they told you to expect?
Some people have told me to expect, I've been told to expect a lot of things, but I've also witnessed some of the same things that they told me. Expect to stay up long, late nights, arguing and debating about this or that. I've been told to expect a lot of emails of people saying this or that, I want this or I want that. I've been told to expect that a lot of expectations will be placed on you because we want this and we want that. I've been told so many things. I've also been told that maybe you're not ready. But one thing that I am ready to do is listen. I'm ready to listen to the people. I'm ready to make change. I'm ready to be the best that I can be in a position that I think is I'm highly capable of fulfilling. So some things that people have told me to do is stop, look, listen, and make sure that I'm ready for the job. Make sure that I understand the job, and I have done this, that. I'm continuing to educate myself on the job. And if given the position, nobody went into this an expert, no matter how much experience we have. But one thing that we did do was educate ourselves. And that's something that I'm willing to do. So they told me, be expected to work. And I'm expecting to do just that.
Thank you. Carl, your take on this is going to be a little bit different. You kind of know what to expect.
Yeah, well,
how would you answer?
My first reaction to your question was that I would expect the unexpected. But I think when I go back, I like to kind of reflect on what I didn't expect. And what I didn't expect in 2007 when I first ran, even though I had spent some time on planning and zoning, was just the workload, the intense workload of the fire hose that was the broad spectrum of all the issues that we had to deal with. And even more than that, the fascinating, and this is I'm doing this job is kind of an acquired taste. You know, it's have to be a bit of a masochist in some ways. But the beauty of it has to do with the small group dynamics and how the council itself works together or not together sometimes, and how the reaction that you have with the public and how you interact with the public. It's the small group dynamics to me that really makes it worthwhile. And folks who do get feedback, and there was a lot of feedback and criticism and so on. There are also people that say, you know, I disagreed with you, but I appreciate the amount of work that you did to get prepared to make the argument that you did.
Erica Pepperman, how about you on what have you been told to expect?
Well, I definitely was met with some of the same things that Nick was, which was I've definitely lost my mind. I'm crazy. You know, why would I want to deal with so much hate and discontent. And a lot of people are really disenchanted in our city about our city council. And I know for a fact our employees that work for the city are disenchanted with the relationship between council and employees. And so I am a huge organizational health geek. And if you talk to me for any length of time, I'm going to say, there's a book about this you should read. And I feel like it's a very important problem to fix. The culture of within the city government, the culture between the council and the staff has to be fixed. It is not a healthy place. Everybody can see that. What I have been told to expect is that won't be easy, and that people won't want to listen to my common sense business strategies that have worked for in other places when you're forced to deal with different things and instead of unlimited money that comes from the heavens. And so I really am very excited about the opportunity to address that head on, because I know we have some really cool people that work for our city, and I know we have some really smart directors, and they need supported, and they're not getting it now.
I'm going to ask all of you a follow-up question to what she just said. I'd like an example from you first, Erica. Give me an example of where there is not a healthy relationship between the council and the city staff. Where is that manifesting itself?
I think it seems to be manifesting itself in a lot of different places, but I'll specifically refer to a meeting we were all at with Chief Jones. He said, do you want to know how the staff feels? Go sit next to a water cooler on a Tuesday morning after a city council meeting. You'll know exactly how they feel. It's because they're seeing that they're not supported. They're seeing their peers getting dressed down in public by city council. They're seeing people position themselves to be the smartest person in the room instead of doing the thing that's right by their employees in their city. And so that doesn't feel good to people. And so the police department is obviously one place it's happening. Firefighters, same thing. When we talk to any employee, and I happen to work with several of the employees through the different private ventures that we're involved with, and it is consistent. It's consistent. Fish stinks from the head down. If the city council is not setting a standard for the way we behave, then no one else will.
So I'll ask the same question. Nick, I'll come to you next. Are you aware of this? Is it a concern? What is your experience of an unhealthy relationship between staff and council?
Well, I hear about that, sure. I think it's a topic of common conversation. We have 1,300, 1,500 people that work for the city, or at least positions of that many. There are over 200 of those right now that are empty. So it's one of the things that we've got to address. It's kind of hard to know a system until you're in the system. So I'm going to be really curious to be a part of it and see what it's like from the other side of that. I've worked with people in the city. I have high regard for the people who work for us. They are capable, they are professional, they're dedicated. They do the work because they care about our community. So we need to be supportive of them, and I think that the most productive way to do that is to let them know that we appreciate what they do, that we support what they do. That would be my take on it. I do know that there's conversation about the kind of government we have. We have a city manager-led government. We have a city council that provides policy for the city manager to carry out. I've heard frustration from both sides of that equation. So I do think it's important that anyone who's a part of this system and who's a part of government in general needs to be aware of what their role is. Carry out that role to the very best they can, knowing that there will be frustrations, whether you're on the policy side of that or the activation side of that.
Roy Ludlady?
Can you restate the question?
Sure. Erica really brought this up in her answer to the previous question, talking about how there is this level of unhealthiness between council and staff. And I'm just curious as to your awareness of this, your concern about this, or any examples that you know of in this unhealthiness.
So like Nick was saying, that we have the council, city manager style. One thing that I'm like I said, I'm learning about the city council and the way it operates. So I don't want to bash it before I ever get the opportunity to be a part of the system. But one thing that I do know is that communication barriers is definitely playing its part. So I've attended a lot of meetings, and you have to go through city manager to get approval to talk to this person and get approval to talk to that person. And sometimes a lot of things could be effectively worked out in a work session. And so the information to, like, one of the barriers that I think is just the effectiveness of the communication as a whole.
Carl Scala, your thought on the same issue?
Well, I think suggesting that the fish drops from the head down is a bit harsh from city council, but I will tell you, I think that there are some issues. I have never been in a position, I don't believe, ever to dress down any of the staff, including the city manager. Some city council members have. I think it was a mistake. Frankly, if you go back even further than that, if we talk about city managers in general, and I've served now with 5 of them, Mike Mathis, he did some things very well, but morale with the staff was not one of them. And it was one of the reasons why we ran into some difficulty even with the police chief and the police department. It got very complicated. And John Glasscock came in to kind of soothe things out. John was always very conscious of his relationship with the staff, and I was always very appreciative of that kind of interaction. But there is, everybody here, I was watching, and I attended as well, with the orientation. And there is a real distinct difference between the city manager weak council form of government and the kinds of communications we would like to have, but sometimes are not allowed to have because for legal reasons.
Interesting.
I have a follow-up
Okay.
real quick, David. We also had a meeting as candidates, opportunity to meet with John Glasscock, and he also said the same thing, that it was contentious between council and staff.
Roy, you're going to answer this question first, so we're going to move to a topic that I think is also highly, it's related in some ways because some of the comments have already been made, but my question is simply this: what is the biggest needs or need of the police department, in your opinion?
Some of the needs of the police department is definitely creating some kind of system that addresses crime before, like crime prevention. Another thing, so I visited a lot of the citizens police review boards, and one thing that I noticed that they talked a lot about was police training, not having enough time for police training, getting it in between whenever they could. So one thing that I think that the police needs to definitely, the question has slipped my mind. I'm so transparent. Can you ask me the question again?
Sure. I'll just say,
I'm
what's
100% transparent, guys. I'm sorry, but that question slipped my mind, but I do have an answer to it.
what's the biggest need of the police department right now?
I would say training. Let me just stick with it and keep it simple. I would say training is one of the biggest needs. They complain about not having enough training or having too much training. But then also at the Citizen Police Review Board, I realized that not everybody has to have the same amount of training. So it's optional to take this amount of training or that training, depending on if you want to move up in rank. I learned that from the Citizens Police Review Board. Another thing is effectiveness with the community. So I'm a Black and brown person, and how I may be approached by a police officer would definitely be different than how everybody in this room, for the most part, will be approached by a police officer. So we definitely need to work on our communication between police officers, and that comes with community policing. I know for the first time I'm running through this stop sign, but please let me, because this is the first time. So the communications between police officers and citizens, is especially the Black and brown community, needs to happen so that we can get more solutions. I was listening to the last panel before as they talked about guns and crime and different things of that nature, where Third Ward has a lot of crime. It has a lot of poverty-stricken areas. So when you look at that and you think about how do we fix it, of course we need more police officers, but we also need to have those hard conversations and put ourselves in uncomfortable rooms so that those conversations can be had.
Thank you. Carl Scala?
Well, I agree with Roy. The training is very important here, particularly when it comes to a lot of the racial issues, implicit bias, and all of those kinds of issues. We do know how to solve some of these problems. That is, in the name of community policing, for a while, we were targeting several areas. It was originally 3 areas: one in the first ward, one in the second, one in the third. as underserved areas determined by GIS data that identified poverty and other resources that were necessary in these neighborhoods. We reduced crime by about 20% because we had police acting as community police officers and hosting barbecues, those kinds of things. We even invited folks and had childcare and meals so that they could sit around and talk about these kinds of things with the police officers and with the city council if we were in attendance, and occasionally we were. Just come up with these solutions, and the solutions they came up with were reasonable and relatively inexpensive. It cuts to one of the planks of my platform: street lights, sidewalks, and some public facilities. So we know how to fix this, but unfortunately that program was terminated by a previous city manager, and now we're on the road back to reestablishing that with the new city manager.
Erica?
Well, I know exactly what the police officers need, and because I asked them. And when I sat down and spoke with them, it was very simple. First of all, they want the support of city council. And if we can't support them, then we need to find somebody that we can. But I believe we have the right guy with Chief Jones. So what we need to do is look at, when we talk about adding positions on the police force, we're not talking about running and gunning down Broadway with the guns drawn, okay? I know a lot of people get scared when we talk about getting more cops. That's not the point. These guys men and women are working so much overtime right now that they're exhausted. We have every law enforcement around us that Boone County and Jeff City pay significantly more than we do. And they are also offering incentives and taking our police officers away from us. So we're not being creative in our recruitment. They are going with empty positions, and they're having to work so much overtime. They want to do the training. Training is great, but when are they going to do it? Because they don't have time to spend with their families because they're working such long shifts and such overtime. So we have to look at how are we going to resource them? How are we going to continue to fund it? And people will say that funding has been there for the positions and they still haven't gotten filled. It's because we have pay compression, we pay poorly, we're not being creative and innovative with our recruitment and retention.
Nick Foster, need of the police department.
Well, the greatest need is to reduce the hours of the shifts they're working, and that means that we need to hire more police officers. Police officers are working 12-hour shifts, and that's not sustainable over a long period of time. So we do need to hire more police officers. Again, this is one of those complicated questions. I think that Erica pointed to several really important things about pay compression and that kind of thing. I don't know that we are competitive in what we're paying versus other communities in the area. And so we need to take a really close look at that. I just think it's important to realize that at this point in time, where we are as a society, police are under a lot of scrutiny. And frankly, there's good reason for that scrutiny. But this gives us a great opportunity to review and to ask, what do we want our police officers to do? And how do we want them to carry that out? That probably will require a lot of training. And you're right, they're going to have to work fewer hours on longer shifts in order to get the training that they want. So I think that we should look at all of that all together. We do want to look at pay. We do want to look at hiring more police officers. It is true that the police department did not extend its full budget last year, and they're having a hard time recruiting. We need to ask the question, why is that so? Part of it is pay. I wonder about any other issues that might be there as well.
We'll have an opportunity. Anybody wants to add to their comments? Carl?
Well, believe it or not, part of the issue is also COVID. We've had vacancies in the police department for actually many years and that we need to address, but it's been exacerbated with COVID. My daughter was a police officer for 15 years with the Columbus, Ohio Police Department. She got out of business because she was not, she could retire. She was not fond of the idea that the police were always mistreated by just about everybody that they were trying to help. And you may have a basic misunderstanding about it. Certainly the city council is in charge of policy and legislation. We can set policy, and we are undergoing, as we speak, with the unions and so on, dealing with some of the pay compression and the salaries and so on. but it's a very difficult area out there because of recruitment for the police department. It's getting to be very challenging, and we have to address those challenges.
Gary wants to make a comment?
Yeah, I don't think I'm misunderstanding anything. As a business owner, I understand recruitment. I mean, I understand you're coming to this with the most experience of everyone here. I appreciate your service. I really do. I also understand that some of the ideas that I'm attacking, you've been part of passing. And so I would understand why you would be sensitive to some of that. But the truth is, recruitment, you have to be innovative and you have to do something different than you've done before. And we have to stop kicking the can down the road.
Anybody else?
Sure. So we all sat in a meeting with Chief Jones, and he told us a plethora of things that he would like to change. And I talked to him personally about training, and I brought up that question because I knew that they only fill it in the gap. So training, if we get more police officers, when do we train them? That would be a question that I would ask the police officers. And then them working long hours. I also went to the Citizens Police Review Board where I learned a lot about moonlighting, where police officers work long hours for the city and then they get off at that job and then go work more hours somewhere else. So if you have time to get off of that job and go work another job, then you have time for training, in my opinion. Support. I would support the police officers. I also would support adding more police officers. But what I would like for them to do is get adequate training. I would also like to, lessen those hours in which they work. And how do we fix moonlighting of officers who are already exhausted? Because that when they come to work, they have that the lack of sleep causes them to not do their job to the best of their ability.
We're gonna move on unless Nick wants to say something. He's the only one that hasn't had a follow-up to this. Anybody have a question right now from the audience? Yes, I'll be really disappointed if you don't say that. You've been here all night, so please throw the question on there.
Oh, so I asked this question at the mayor's forum, and so here's my question for the group, and it really relates to community response, supporting our police department, our emergency rooms, and a variety of other services within the area, specifically as it relates to ARPA funds. And so we are currently under the construction of a temporary behavioral crisis center located at Stevens Lake Park, at our Stevens Lake location here on Walnut Street. It is a temporary solution. We do believe that we'll be able to, to serve around 800 people in that temporary location. We see in a similar sized community in Springfield that we're seeing roughly double the number of those individuals in a larger, more developed facility. And so my question was that I had posed the mayor candidates was about their support of using ARPA funds for a 2-year pilot for a behavioral crisis center in Columbia.
Do you have an estimate of how much that would cost?
So the proposed budget was $3 million over 2 years. And as we're talking about this, I will also say that as an organization, we provide a 24-hour crisis line at no cost to Columbia and Boone County. We have 2 FTE that we provide community behavioral health liaison to law enforcement and courts here in Boone County, as well as some ER enhancement stuff. So it's really the question is about extending the DMA's designated agent continuum of crisis care.
And again, in case you missed it, he's with Borough Behavioral Health.
Borough Behavioral Health.
So let's see. I think we start with Carl Scott on this one.
Yeah, it is true that the city council, in terms of ARPA funding, I'm very sympathetic. I'm a psychologist by training, actually. And the city council met in a work session to try and establish some of the priorities for ARPA funding. When we suggested to the public that we were going to take up this issue after the budget was settled. That's what we did in October. We identified 4 priorities. One was a resource center for homelessness and housing insecurity. The other was a rapid access center to provide 24/7 mental health resources. That cuts to the issue you're talking about. Another was community violence was an issue and workforce development. But it's that piece, that the mental health resource piece, I think that is certainly eligible for ARPA funding. The bind becomes, we promised the public that we would take these priorities and send out RFPs to make sure that they were bid properly and so on. On the other hand, the public is also demanding that we spend some of these ARPA funds instead of just sitting on them in the bank, the first tranche, the $12.5 million. So when we tried to do that, we got some pushback, if you will. So it's a balance, another balancing act between trying to get something accomplished with the RFP system, which takes a little bit more time, or doing something up front that didn't set too well with some other folks.
All right, Erica Pepperman?
I mean, the short answer is absolutely yes. I mean, it represents 15% of the overall 25 million awards in the city for the ARPA funds. And I believe that the good that it will do will touch every facet of Columbia. So when we recently in Athens, Georgia, and they have a beautiful program where they had a public-private partnership with a mental health facility, very similar, I don't remember the name, very similar to Burl. And they not only work with other nonprofits within the city, but they work within many departments within the city, so the police, fire, etc. My office is located 1 block south of Broadway on 9th Street, and it's kind of become somewhat of our, in a sad way, our entertainment to watch what happens out there, and not in a good way. It is not, it's very sad to see the homeless population on the street, people that are clearly having not their best moment, coming unhinged to some degree. And the police are called, and I've seen multiple times that they are left with no other way to handle this other than to cuff them and stuff them. And that isn't a long-term solution to this problem at all. Whereas if we had a facility like this, the police would be able to help facilitate someone that is trained, that works with the police officers to remove them to a safe situation where there are wraparound services where they can change their situation.
Nick Foster?
Sometimes when people are talking about the nonprofit sector, they talk about how everybody is siloed and we have too many things going on this way. And every time I hear that, I want to scream. Because the reality is that people in the nonprofit world are talking to one another all the time. We don't have any choice but to do it. And in fact, we don't want to make another choice but to do it. And we want one another to succeed. You know, I used to be asked the question, what about duplication of services? My answer was always, nobody in a nonprofit wants to duplicate a service. There are too little resources as it is. That's the reason that we work so closely with one another. So a few years ago, when FACE started, Family Access Center for Excellence, of Excellence, I think it is, when you use the label, we cheered because it was a great place for the police, for one thing, to take young people when they needed mental health services and to provide access to those services in the community, Burl being one of those places. So I'm supportive of this, and I think it will address a lot of the issues that we have otherwise. It will address issues related to public safety, as a matter of fact. I've had to call the police on occasion because it was someone who was having a mental break in our office or outside our office. I was never completely satisfied with the way that worked out because it's just not something that I think we should be doing. There needs to be another way to do that. And I think there are some things in place. The strategic plan that the city has adopted has some elements that include that. And so I think we need to be looking. I want to say this, I am super pleased that this is something that's getting a lot of attention. We desperately need to do it, and I'll be supportive of it along the way.
Roy Lovely.
Short answer for me as well is I definitely would agree and support it as well. I've been in a lot of rooms and a lot of conversations because I do a lot of collaborative work with a lot of different not-for-profit organizations. And this has been one of the things that has been at the top of priorities for use for the ARPA funds. So I would support it, but I would also like to give an example where during the protest where a young man had a knife and he came out and the protesters called the police because he was aggressive to the people, not just the protesters, but people in the city. Within 48 hours, that young man was right back out doing the exact same thing. He went to the hospital and he cleaned his act up. He told him what he needed to tell him to get out. He lacked resources. So if we had a place that would house him, give him resources, nurse him to life and back to health, so that when he rejoins society, he can be an active member of society instead of reliving the same tragedies over and over again. Because the third time he actually was jailed instead of taken to the hospital. So had this facility been open, then he may have seen a different outcome. So yes, I would be in support of it.
Wanted to follow up in regards, since ARPA funds have been mentioned a couple of times, and we'll start with Carl Scala on this, just 60 seconds or so. Are we handling the process the right way? How could it be done better? What do you want to see with ARPA funds?
Well, to some degree, we are a bit hamstrung because we are a charter form of government, and some of the legalities that we have to follow include RFPs to try and determine what the fair amount of money to these various allocations should be. In fact, we turned those 4 priorities that I just mentioned over to Stephanie Browning in public health to be able to organize with some of her expertise about how some of that funding ought to happen, in particularly in conjunction with mental health issues. So we are awaiting that RFP process in order to make that move forward. And the new city manager has promised the city council that those reports will be forthcoming within the next few weeks in order to move that process along. Like I said, we're always between a kind of a rock and a hard place. Folks want something to happen right away, but if we do something right away, like with some particular fund, and don't go through the RFP process, then some folks are a bit rankled with that.
So he has that knowledge of that as being on the council already, but I'm speaking then to 3 who want to be on the council and deal with this. And Erica, your next frustration level or thoughts about ARPA funding?
I actually agree with the process that they're taking. I am anxious for current action. How long have we had the ARPA funds, this first installment?
It's going on a year, almost a year.
So we're already due for our next installment and haven't done anything with the first installment. So I understand the process and support the RFP process and making a good informed decision. With that being said, a year is quite a long time to invest in that process of making no headway. And so it is, I agree with the process. I feel like it needs to start, and it hasn't.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Carl. Nick Foster.
Well, I'm thinking of my experience in the faith community when I was in church work, that we would have this conversation sometimes among church leaders, and some of the common wisdom was that one of the greatest curses that a church can have is coming into a lot of money. And I thought about that in this, and I think that communities are really dealing with it. You come into a lot of money that is really unexpected and unanticipated. Now what do you do with it? And everybody has a really good idea about how to do that. Carl mentioned the RFP process. I've been on the other side of that. I've submitted a number of proposals to the city for funding while I was at BAC. And so I'm in sympathy with those who want to see the RFP process followed. I think it is a good process. I think maybe we need to give ourselves a little bit of grace on this, recognizing that we have a whole lot of money. It's been a year. That's not necessarily a long time for that amount of money, and we need to be sure that we spend it in the right way.
Roy?
So I would say the process, a lot of people in the community came to city council and told the council people what they would like to see done with that money. And they would like to see a robust community conversation in order to move the process. The mayor came out with a plan of exactly what he would like to do with the money. So I think that's why the community wants to make sure that their voices are heard. In this form of government in which we have, it's community. That was fast.
We're only doing 60 on this one.
It's community, council, staff, back to the community. So I would definitely say let the community play its part, have those conversations. And I know that COVID is real, but those conversations need to be had. Yes, it has been a year, but we get 5 years to spend this money. Don't rush to spend money that we have at least 5 years to spend.
All right, Colonel, you want to follow up?
Yeah, I wouldn't exactly characterize it as sitting on this money, and we have had it for about a year. About 6 months of that year has been the federal government trying to indicate just exactly what we can spend it on. So it has taken some period of time to do that. We have had discussions about the second tranche of $12.5 million, and we intend to, and it's been a public discussion, we intend to have a very thorough process. Most likely, we'll hire a consultant to guide us through that second tranche of money. But for the first tranche, now that it's been identified, and we've doled the responsibility off to Stephanie Browning, we should follow the RFP process.
All right. This is a Board of Realtors forum, and so they know that there are a lot of boards and commissions, and we can see the releases that come regularly from the city, and there's a long list of, we want qualified people to be on these boards and commissions. So I'll start with you, Erica. What's your philosophy towards appointing and finding qualified people for those boards and commissions?
I love this question. We've been talking about this question a lot. To me, this question touches on a lot of different things. For instance, accessibility to city council meetings, the length of the city council meetings, the time that they take. And I believe that we should really consider putting back onto the boards and commissions some of the heavy work along with some oversight. I was shocked to find out that not all of the commissions or boards are assigned to a city council person as a liaison. And there's only a few of them that's the case. So they're running around out there, maybe doing what we want them to do, maybe not. We're not entirely sure because there isn't good reporting in place and there isn't a liaison in place. So I believe that the structure for the boards and commissions does need to be strengthened. And I think there are a lot of really smart people that would want to serve on them. And I feel like we have some that are there now. There are openings right now. We need to communicate to the public what is available and be very proactive about getting volunteers and people to serve in those spaces. And we do not do communications well in the city.
All right. Nick Foster, same question.
Yeah, I agree with Erica on this. I don't know that we're doing the best job we can with communications. I don't know that we're doing the best job we can with outreach. I was really pleased to read the interview with the city manager and the article that was in the Tribune a week or so ago. And he identified this is one of the things that he really wants to address, find a way to do outreach to the community. I think that there are a lot of people in our community who do not recognize the influence and the impact they can have by participating on commissions and boards. And that's part of the communication process. We need to help our citizens to recognize that they can have an impact and that there are avenues for them to do so. And we're dependent on it. I think that we do want our commissions to do heavy lifting. We do want them, we need to listen to what they do. They come to this work with a lot of intention, and with a lot of conviction and commitment. And so we just need to help more people in our community to realize, to recognize that, and then to yield themselves into that process. I'm interested, I've been reading the strategic plan over and over again. And one of the things that's here is an action item is to develop and adopt a citywide engagement guide. I don't know where that is right now, but that sounds like a really good idea.
Roy?
So I agree. One of the biggest questions that I would ask myself is, why would I join a board or commission? The report that they all answer to is to city council. And so I've attended a lot of those, a lot of different boards and commissions. It's a lot of chaos in those boards and commissions going on. When visiting some of those different boards and commissions, what I have saw is they almost feel as if they have no power. And how do they communicate their lack of power to city council? So the ball is dropped at the commission's rate. So if they had a little more power to be able to convey that to the city council and then being able to work more effectively in work sessions, because one thing is that the communication between commissions and council is definitely not as effective. I've seen and I've talked to people who are on commissions that's like, that's not what's really happening. Or the report is saying this, but this is what's really going on. So another thing that I would address is when I patronized a lot of those meetings is the lack of diversity, and how do we advertise getting more Black and brown people or just indigenous people, period, on those boards and commissions so their voices can be heard. The city is made up of a plethora of different races, creeds, backgrounds. So that sign just, it gets me, that stop. But yeah, communication is very effective, and the reporting to council. So.
Carl?
Well, communication is always paramount, and it's a works in progress. I mean, that's stressed by everybody here, and that certainly is the case. Now, there are boards and commissions, and there are boards and commissions. Some of them have a bit more authority than others. I often say that one of the best volunteer jobs that I ever had was with the Planning and Zoning Commission, because it was the kind of thing that you could really dig into some of these issues, give it your best opinion, and you weren't the final political arbiter. So you weren't the last resort. And what we owed that commission was to tell them why we either agreed or disagreed with them. But, you know, it's always been my philosophy that the boards and commissions are not there just to answer the questions of the city council. They're there to dig into any issue that they want to be able to supply the city council with information by doing some of that research. It's the same kind of information that we get from the professional staff, but these are citizen representatives. And the third form of information that the city council gets, of course, is from the public itself when they come to some meetings.
All right. Question.
I have a follow-up question related to that. And I think the question is that I think the Board of Realtors was questioning is the selection process.
Yes.
There's some real inconsistencies with the selection process when applications are presented to the council. And if we didn't get the applicants we wanted, then we table it until we have an opportunity to reach out and get the applicants we want. So what would be your reaction to the process?
I would tell you I agree with you, and I think the process is a little squirrely. It has always been that way. And some of it is even, you're subjected to who goes first, because, you know, when we vote, typically when you go through the list, we review the resumes, of course, and we take hints about whether these people are in any particular ward or what kind of qualifications they have and so on, and come to some sort of individual decision as to who we want to support and maybe a second choice as well. But the first person who puts a name in nomination, and it can tend to set the stage, if you will. And by the time you get to the end, you may not have, it may already be over. It's because everything is all about 4 votes. It's not just who you want to see succeed. So I've always thought it was a bit peculiar that way, and I would like to see some improvements in that system.
I'm gonna let everybody answer this question. I'll go to Roy next now.
Okay. I agree with you about tailoring it. It sends a message to the community in which who puts in those applications that I can't trust the system and the process. You told me to follow this process. I follow this process, and because the applicant that you wanted wasn't there, or because you did not deem me qualified for the job, I didn't get the seat. Well, I'm running for city council, and some may think I'm unqualified, but I'm following the proper protocol in order to fulfill the seat. When I get to that position, it is my duty to educate myself in order to fulfill the need of the job in which I applied for. And I think that if given the opportunity for the people who follow the proper protocol to get the job, then I think that they should be allowed the time to educate themselves in order to make sure, because at the end of the day, the boards and commissions is the report to city council, and city council makes the ultimate decision anyway. So if you pick these people, trust these people, allow them to educate themselves, and they want to work for the city, allow them to work for the city. It's not very many people that want to do that.
Erica, your question about the selection process for the people.
I love Carl's word squirrely because I think that's the best way to describe it. There's a real rhyme or reason for it. I will tell you, I have a particular example. The district, the CAD board downtown, they have a board They have committees. They went through an application, a search process, interviews, and confirmed a slate of candidates that was sent to the mayor to be approved. And he set all of them aside and chose from the alternates. And those are people that wanted to serve, were chosen by the people who do the business of the district. And he did not trust their decisions. And that happens time and time and time again. So what you see politics being played out, you see favors being played out, you don't see the best people being selected to do the work.
Nick?
Well, it obviously needs to be reviewed and looked at. I think that we want citizens involved in every aspect of what goes on. And when citizens take the initiative, we need to be being especially attentive to that. Speaking of what Roy sort of mentioned a little bit earlier, I think we do have to seek more diversity on our boards and commissions, and that's just going to take some work to make it happen.
We're going to have time for at least one more question, and then you'll each get an opportunity to wrap up with another 60-second comment. This is for Nick Foster first. We kind of addressed this a bit, and especially Carl did in his opening statements, if I remember right. But what are your plans if you are a council person for accessibility for the constituents and communication with them?
By accessibility.
How are you going to, are they going to be able to, do you want them to come to your door? Are you going to have weekly meetings? How accessible, and what kind of accessibility are you going to have for them to reach out to you and say, you know what, my neighbor's dog's barking in my backyard?
Right. I listened a little bit to the school board forum and was struck by the amount of contacts that people have with them, and was really sympathetic about that. So I suspect that that's going to be one of the challenges. I think that the kind of things that Carl and other council people have done in the past and are doing now to have opportunities to be in the community or office hours at work is a really good idea. That's one of the things I intend to do. Having a newsletter that goes out to constituents on a regular basis and provides information from my perspective about what's going on and where my interests and priorities lie, and inviting them to get back to me. I think that a part of this goes back to what we were talking about before, though, about how good a job the city as a whole is doing in doing outreach to the community. And I think that if the residents of our city feel like they have a good way to reach the city council and city government as a whole, they're going to be less intent to, or they're going to have less of a need to reach out to individuals on the council. But I'm going to be as responsive as I possibly can to folks, and will always invite people to share their perspective with me. One of the things about this that I really enjoy is talking about what I think. But quite honestly, I'm much more interested in what people think. And when I've had meetings with different people, when I've had some meet and greets, of course I say a whole lot about me and what I'm thinking and where I want to go. But I learn a whole lot, and my focus is shaped a great deal by what I hear. And I think we need to keep that in mind and prioritize that. And that will certainly be true for me.
Roy Ludley?
So I think that everybody up here is going to respond with the same things. That we're going to have a coffee hour. We're going to all have an email, and that we're all going to coffee hour, email, and a newsletter. So I mean that's typically how it's done. But one thing that I haven't seen done is at a coffee hour, maybe how accessible for most coffee hours are like 9 in the morning to noon or something like that. Well, on a Saturday, I'm not always wanting to get up early on my day off, or that is my day of work. So what I would like to try is I would like to do a coffee hour for early in the morning as well as a coffee hour in the evening, and I'm going to offer all kinds of drinks because I'm not the kind of guy that drinks coffee. So maybe we're going to drink tea, or maybe we're going to drink water, or maybe we're going to just drink juice. But in that session, I want it to be so personable. I want people to know that they can trust me, and I want them to know that they can tell me whatever they need to tell me, and I will effectively try my best to see what I can do via policy, via budget, in order to handle what their problems are.
All right, thank you. Carl?
A couple of months after my first term in 2007, I decided that it might be a reasonable thing to create office hours. And so I established it was a Saturday morning office hours. Because you can accommodate some folks, sometimes you can't. If you say you're going to have it during the week, then there are folks that can't make that too. But at any rate, on the Saturdays before the city council meetings, that is the first and third Mondays, I've been meeting now for 14 years, both in and out of office. I was not in office from 2010 to 13, and still had office hours, 2-hour office hours, at one of the local coffee shops. As a matter of fact, I put several of those coffee shops out of business, or at least they're no longer in business. But I do meet at the Coffee Zone on Saturday mornings on those days from 9:30 to 11:30. And it's been invaluable. It's as valuable as knocking on doors when you're in a campaign to find out what's on the mind of folks who want to talk with you.
Erica?
Well, as a publisher at Coma Magazine, I tell you, people find a way to find you and tell you exactly what they think. I get emails often. And even just running as a candidate, I'm sure the other candidates have had the same thing. I've learned a lot about food composting. I've learned a lot about the sewage system. You know, people are quick to share their thoughts, and I've learned a lot through that. I'm going to agree. I mean, the same thing. I think one of the things Ian Thomas, who's my predecessor, hopefully my predecessor, is really good at. He's very good at his email communication. He's very good at holding hours. He's very good. He's very responsive, and I intend to mirror all of that.
I think that we are ready for closing comments, but a follow-up, sure.
Sure. Looking at the report on Columbia Imagine, I was really struck with this, and this kind of goes to this thing about how we do outreach and how we hear back from people. I think that proximity to the people we're serving is just a crying need and is critical to the way we respond. In the Columbia Imagine plan, they talked about survey participants. 237 responses to the general survey. 27% of those were from Ward 4. Not much of a surprise. 83% answered that they own their own current residence, and 90% selected white Caucasians as the sole racial or ethnic group. The conclusion they come to is the city needs more equitable representation in planning processes. We're going to have to work hard to reach out to all the people in the community that we want to hear from. I'm deeply committed to that. And I think that it's something that the city as a whole needs to be deeply committed to. The better job we do at outreach, the better job we do at communications, the better job we do at hearing from other people, the better job we're going to do as a city government.
That sounds like a really good 60-second wrap-up for your night here. I don't know whether to count that or not, but would you like to count that as your final count? No. Okay. Please help me right now. Who gave the first opening comment? So you did, Roy. Then we're going to start at this end, Nick. Just continue your thought. You got 60 seconds.
And give me a chance to at least drink.
And then we're going to move back the opposite way of what we started.
Well, I want to thank the board of realtors again, and for all of you who are here and the people who are watching around the world. And I want to thank David Lyle and congratulate him on still standing.
Yes, we did.
My Uncle Bubba, yes, I did have an uncle named Uncle Bubba. Used to make a point to our family that when we face difficulties, when we face struggles, that these were really opportunities. And he would say, well, we have our opportunities, don't we? It's the kind of thing that we repeat to one another often in our family now. Columbia is at a critical point in our history. And the city council is going to be reconstituted in this next period of time. We have a new city manager. We have a lot of things that are facing us. We have some critical issues and critical needs. The pandemic continues, and we have rapid growth. We've talked about that a little bit. And we do need to become a more truly diverse and equitable community. So for the next, when we are reconstituted, we have an opportunity to really move this community into the next part of our history and to do it well. I want to be a part of that, and I'm committed to serving the community in that way.
Thanks, Nick. Erica Pepperman?
Yeah, again, Brian, thank you, your staff, for putting on this forum. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about my opinions, because I have them. Most people get to hear them. I just feel as a business owner in our town who spent a lot of time serving in nonprofits and studying what works for different cities and our city as well, that I am uniquely positioned to fill this spot for Ward 4. I'm so appreciative of Nick and his interest in running and being such a classy competitor. I mean, he's amazing, and I really think you're a great guy. I do. And I think Columbia would be lucky to have either one of us. I would like Columbia to pick me because I feel very strongly about making sure that our community has a communications plan and a healthy culture for our employees, that we have affordable housing that our workforce can live in, that we're working on developing our workforce community so that people have jobs that change their lives and lift them out of poverty. And I care about our safety and our first responders, our firefighters and our police. Those are the things that we need. If we address those three things, we are going to see a very different city. And I want to be a part of that.
Carl, Scarlett.
Well, I'm sad that you're leaving, David. You're a true professional, but I'm also happy that you're retiring. So you might want to run for office at some point.
No, sir.
Once again, thank you to the Columbia Board of Realtors for this candidate forum invitation. So as a 22-year public servant, a 12-year Columbia City Council veteran, and current Mayor Pro Tem, I represent institutional memory, leadership experience, continuity, community access, and real deliverables. My third ward priorities are public safety first, next roads, sidewalks, and streetlights, and finally neighborhood equity and integrity. We didn't get a chance to talk about that. In addition, my citywide priorities include public safety and violence, diversity, equity, and inclusion, affordable housing, public transportation, homeless and mental health solutions, workforce development, climate change and renewables, green space acquisition, and broadband access. Successful city council candidates owe it to the community to have considered all of these. And only city council elections coming on April 5th, I would ask for your vote for a better quality for all Columbians. Thank you.
Roy, lovely.
Again, like everybody else said, thank you for the opportunity and for the invite to hear my opinion. I would like to say, I've been a part of a lot of not-for-profit organizations and a lot of grassroots organizations, and one of my biggest things is I'm boots on the ground. So I like to get out there and get the work done. I reach a lot of different communities, the LGBTQIA, the Black and Brown, just a plethora of communities. I grew up poor, and some of those people want to know, what am I going to do in order to change the way of life for them? So one thing that I want to do is I want to, every time you put that up, it's distracting. I want to learn this process so that I can inspire them, and then I can recruit them and then teach them. So if you give me the opportunity to sit in the third ward seat and educate myself and learn, I'm definitely going to pass that knowledge on to others. There are a plethora of things that I plan to do, and you'll get to hear that from form after form after form. But right now, I'm asking for your vote, and together, let's be the difference.
I appreciate the Board of Realtors for doing this, and thank you to those who have been here throughout this whole evening. This is the beginning. As Roy just got done saying, there will be form after form after form. We will have the opportunity to talk deeper about some of the subjects and to address some subjects that we did not get to tonight. But thank you very much. It's, as far as I know, still January. When February gets here, there will be many more opportunities for you all to continue to speak to us as a community. And it's so important what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you all. Good night.
Good job, Brian. Thanks.